Chapter 270. Tianyin already knows the general situation. Indeed, as the great elder said, Heavenly Jade Sect was created by Spirit King Xiantian, so it belongs to Heaven's top mansion. But it's not the same, after all, it's equivalent to a different sect. The point is that he is now the Mansion Lord, so it's different. Heaven's top mansion is in decline, but it still has some heritage. As a cultivation place, Heaven's top mansion is much better than Heaven's immersing ancient ruins. Therefore, it's great that they can merge together, and it will greatly strengthen Heavenly Jade Sect. Immediately, Tianyin told them what happened these days, such as him becoming the Mansion Lord of Heaven's top mansion, so he can discuss it with Shishuyun and the others. I am now the Mansion Lord of Heaven's top mansion, so I am essentially the same as Heavenly Jade Sect, but doesn't really matter. The point is that the two can be merged, but I don't intend to completely mix them together. I want to keep it the way it was before. Tianyin thought for a moment, then said, "But the disciples of Heaven's top mansion can also join us, as long as they are mainly female disciples. I don't know what you think." There are many elders and deacons in the hall, and when they heard what Tianyin said, they were shocked. They didn't expect that Tianyin has already become the Mansion Lord of a third-grade force. This is a bit shocking. I was thinking that if we completely merge, I will definitely not agree. The one who spoke is not the other elders, but Yue. She thought for a moment and said, "The reason is simple, although Elder is the Mansion Lord, but it's more complicated and difficult to manage. Especially at the beginning, it's easy to cause chaos. But if we continue to separate, this is a good choice. We can still be divided into two factions, focusing on different martial arts." Yes, I agree with the fifth elder's idea. I will listen to Elder Yi's opinion on merging with Heaven's top mansion. However, regardless of whether or not the two of them are from the same sect, since they were originally separated, they shouldn't be completely merged together. They should be what they were originally, Elder Mou said. Tianyin looked at Shishuyun, wondering what Shishuyun was thinking. My thoughts are more or less the same. Although it's the old ancestors' sect, it's different now. We have our own pace, and we're confident that we can become stronger. Shishuyun said firmly, "We will carry forward the name of Tianxian and spread it far and wide." Tianyun's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Of course. This is equivalent to the relationship between the two alliances. Whatever it was in the past, it will still be the same now. However, the two sides will be completely in harmony. Sharing resources, helping each other, and joining each other isn't a problem. What they care about is nothing more than the disappearance of Jade Sect's name. They are Jade Sect, not Heaven's top mansion. Even if Heaven's top mansion is their old ancestors' sect, it's completely different now. This was just like how no one would be willing to have their name suddenly changed. If you look at it this way, then define it this way. One mansion is divided into two sects. One is Heaven's top sect, and the other is Jade Sect. How about we call it Shuanglong Mansion?" Tianyin came up with a rather tacky name, Dual Dragon Mansion. In fact, it means that the two doors are two giant dragons, a giant dragon that can fly at any time. No problem. They all nodded heavily. They want to be independent, and this is undoubtedly very suitable. As long as they can keep the name Tianxian, they don't care how they change it. All right, then, this matter is settled. Tianyin smiled and nodded, but we can't move it now. When the time comes, we will move the entire Heavens immersing ancient ruins and continue to use it as our palace. At that time, it will no longer be a historical site, but a temple, our Heavenly Jade Palace. Heavens immersing ancient ruins can be moved? They were stunned. Can such a behemoth really be moved? Of course, you will know when the time comes. Tianyin smiled and didn't elaborate. He can't repair the flying formation now, but it's not far away. But even if it's repaired, he doesn't plan to move there immediately. The main thing is that it's a bit chaotic right now. It's safer to stay here. When his cultivation level increases, and when the power here increases, it will be the time to move there. After explaining everything, Yi Tianyin began to go to the interior of heaven's immersing ancient ruins and began to carve other formations. The first one to carve is the formation inside the heavenly soul tower. He felt that it will be very helpful in training disciples in this field, so he began to carve. Not long after, he noticed someone next to him, turned his head and saw Zhu Lingyun looking at him. He smiled and said, "Sister Zhu, what's wrong?" Zhu Lingyun smiled embarrassedly. "Brother Yi, sorry to disturb you. I saw you carving divine runes here, so I didn't want to disturb you. Did I disturb you?" "Of course not. If you want to see it, then come and watch." Yi Tianyin motioned her to come to his side and explained, "I am now carving a spirit array. While absorbing the spiritual force, it can also increase the speed of cultivation. It is definitely a good array to train disciples." "That's amazing." Zhu Lingyun was excited. "I have thought about this before. I have been trying and failed many times, but finally a small part of it. Brother Yi, can you help me?" "Of course, that's not a problem." Yi Tianyin was a little surprised. Soon, Zhu Lingyun brought him to a room, which has been carved with divine runes. It looks very good. Soon, Zhu Lingyun opened the array, followed by the impact of the divine runes, and the speed of spiritual force absorption is increased. It is similar to what he engraved, but the effect is slightly worse. Because the effect is fixed, it is not very easy to adjust. But this has already shocked Yi Tianyin. This is simply self-taught. Genius, absolute genius. "Jiu Mei, you are amazing." Yi Tianyin was shocked. "You can explore to this extent. It is very amazing." "Really?" Zhu Lingyun blushed and felt very embarrassed. "I was afraid that Brother Yi would laugh at me." "What are you afraid of? Your talent is very strong." Yi Tianyin thought for a moment and said, "Come, I will teach you the content in this area. For example, you need to modify here, and here you need to do this." He began to guide, and Zhu Lingyun looked very serious, very serious. "So that's how it is, Brother Yi, thank you." Zhu Lingyun smiled brightly. Her ordinary face can still show a beautiful smile. This made Yi Tianyin startled. A smile from the heart is the most beautiful, the most shining. Ding completed Hidden Quest Saints Strengthening Training, received 1,000,000 EXP, 50. 000 Crazy Point, 100 Prestige Point, 1,000 Divine Rune Proficiency. Chapter 271. It's on the shelves. After writing for 3 months, it's finally on the shelves. I know that there will definitely be people who will leave, and there will also be people who will stay. I just want to say that regardless of whether I leave or stay, I will say thank you for your support. I know that there will definitely be people who will scold me. They will say that it's free. Why isn't it free anymore? Or that I will collect money. Have you never seen money in your life? The answer is yes. I have seen money, but I have never seen so much. I am extremely poor. Moreover, this is the result of my hard work. I spend a few hours a day writing content. I just want to subscribe. If I feel satisfied, I will tip them. It's that simple. Those who are willing to support me can stay. Those who are not, I can only say sorry. I won't say how poor I am or what I have. I just want everyone to support me and subscribe to my content. It's that simple. I will update more, work hard, and write content that everyone will like. Finally, I am begging for subscriptions. Begging for subscriptions. Begging for support. The life of a book is in your hands. I am really extremely poor. Begging for support. Begging for a sugar daddy moi. Those who scold me that it's not free, and those who ask about my family, I will delete all posts. First of all, I have never said that it will be free forever. Occasionally, I will reply that it won't be free forever. Finally, I will roll on the floor begging for subscriptions, begging for support. I am extremely poor. Chapter 272. When this task appeared again, Yi Tianyin was stunned. It seems that this thing can really be cultivated step by step. It seems that as long as he imparts some knowledge to Zhu Lingyun, he will be able to complete this task. Holy Maidens, cultivation. Is this to help our heavenly jade sect to cultivate a holy maiden? Yi Tianyin touched his chin. He thought that Zhu Lingyun was the holy maiden of some race, but now it seems that she is the holy maiden of heavenly jade sect. That is to cultivate the holy maiden of the heavenly jade sect, not the holy maiden of other sections. Big brother Yi, did I engrave it correctly? Zhu Lingyun looked up at him and asked, This is correct. Come, I will teach you a better way to engrave it. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up and continued to impart other content to her. Soon, after a round of teaching, Zhu Lingyun learned everything. Her comprehension is quite terrifying. She can be described as a monster. In terms of martial arts, her level is relatively limited, but the level of divine rune engraving is quite amazing. But this time there is no task. It seems that she needs to advance to the next level. Otherwise, she won't be able to complete the task at all. Also, this is the content of divine rune engraving for you. Practice well in this aspect. In the future, our heavenly jade sect will completely rely on you. Yi Tianyin took out the divine rune engraving content and the divine rune brush and gave them to Zhu Lingyun. Zhu Lingyun is undoubtedly the best choice in the entire heavenly jade sect. Zhu Lingyun's talent is the strongest. Even compared to the geniuses of divine rune manner, she is not inferior. As for the disciples of Heavenly Rune Pavilion, Yi Tianyin dare not say that he is the first, but at least he is in the top 5. This is all for me. But this is too precious, especially these divine rune brushes. They are all soul tools. I don't dare to take them. After Zhu Lingyun took over and checked, she was immediately shocked. The content is extremely profound. After learning it, she can at least advance to the 5th grade Divine Rune Master. And the Divine Rune Brush is also very precious. In the entire Heavenly Jade sect, besides you, no one else is suitable for these things. Yi Tianyin put his hand on her shoulder and said with a smile, Don't you have a group of disciples with you now? It's up to you to distribute them. I believe that you will definitely do a good job. Zhu Lingyun clutched the storage ring tightly and nodded. Her clear eyes flashed with excitement. Big brother E, I've never thought about it too much. I just want to help Big brother E, so I've been working hard. I can't help Big brother E now, but I believe I can help Big brother E in the future. Don't think too much. You have to live for yourself and work hard for yourself. Yi Tianyin was touched in his heart. He stretched out his hand and rubbed her head. He smiled and said, Come on, let's finish carving this divine rune together. This way, we can have another training ground and strengthen the cultivation of our disciples. Yes. Zhu Lingyun nodded with excitement in her eyes. Then the two of them began to carve divine runes together. The entire training room was filled with divine runes, and the effect was much better than the divine runes in the Heavenly Soul Tower. These were all improved by Yi Tianyin, so the effect was naturally different. It was stronger than the divine runes in the Heavenly Soul Tower. The effect would be more obvious when cultivating, and it would definitely reach a good level. Ding successfully carved 3rd grade divine rune. Gained 50 proficiency points. Ding successfully carved 3rd grade divine rune. Gained 50 proficiency points. The divine runes he was carving were all 3rd grade divine runes. Because their levels were relatively low, the proficiency points gained were relatively low. However, it would still take him a long time to carve the entire training room. He also needed to carve many divine runes, so the proficiency points gained would definitely not be low. Unknowingly, after a long time, they finally finished carving all the divine runes in the training room. The consumption of mental strength was not low. Zhu Lingyun's face was flushed red. The consumption of mental strength was also not low. We finally succeeded. Let's test the effect? After that, they tested the effect of the divine runes, and they were very satisfied with the results. Yi Tianyin could already foresee that a large number of divine runes disciples would appear in the Jade sect. As for alchemy and blacksmithing, these two were relatively rare, so he could only put them aside for the time being. Then Big Brother E, I'll let the disciples come over and try it out. Jiu Lingyun ran away excitedly and went to find those disciples to try it out. Yi Tianyin smiled knowingly, but he did not stop. He continued to carve divine runes in another training room. He wanted to carve another training room, so that even if there were more disciples in the future, it would be able to accommodate them all. Another idea was to increase his proficiency points. He only needed a little bit more to advance his divine rune proficiency. Finally, when he was almost done, a pleasant voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyin for successfully advancing from Advanced Divine Rune Proficiency to Grandmaster Divine Rune Proficiency. The next level requires 500,000 proficiency points. After advancing to Grandmaster Divine Rune Proficiency, Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up, and his speed of carving divine runes suddenly soared. Originally, he needed 2 or 3 incense sticks of time to finish, but now he only needed 1 incense stick of time. This was true speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. This speed was quite astonishing, as fast as lightning. At this time, Jiu Lingyun happened to come over with the other disciples, and when they saw Yi Tianyin carving divine runes so quickly, they were all stunned. They had never seen a 3rd-grade divine rune being carved so quickly. This speed is so fast. Is this Elder Yi's ability? Elder Yi's level. Could it be that he has reached the level of a divine rune grandmaster? No way, such a young divine rune grandmaster. Isn't it too amazing? All of them covered their small mouths. They were all stunned. Elder Yi's level has indeed reached the level of a divine rune grandmaster. Jiu Lingyun's beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. In the future, all of you will be cultivating here. These are all inscribed by me and Elder Yi. It will be of great help to your cultivation. In private, she still addressed Yi Tianyin as Big Brother Yi, but in front of outsiders, she would address him as Elder Yi. This was the same as how Yi Tianyin addressed Shishun. Is everyone here? Yi Tianyin stood up, wiping away the sweat on his forehead. Basically, the inscription was completed. Elder Yi, you are too amazing. Have you really reached the level of a divine rune grandmaster? One of the disciples jumped over and asked excitedly. Her eyes were filled with worship. This, I think so. Yi Tianyin smiled. He felt that he had reached the level of a divine rune grandmaster. Amazing. All of them were incomparably excited. Their eyes were filled with worship. They were deeply attracted by his strength. Ding successfully obtained the title Respect of 1,000 effect. Commander's ability increases by 100 points. Chapter 273. Title Respect of 1,000. Increase commander points by 100 points. He had seen this before. It was the Commander Grimoire. It was specially used to increase commander points. Its use is relatively simple. It's usually difficult to notice. The main thing is that people will believe what he says. They will follow him around. This is a bit interesting. It's not easy to complete this condition. It's to have more than 1,000 people worship him. He can get this title. There are thousands of people in the entire Heavenly Jade sect. It means that almost all of them worship him. With this title, his words will be more deterrent and more convincing. It's like going to a strange place and suddenly standing up and saying that he wants to lead everyone to a new place. If the commander points are high, there will immediately be people willing to listen to him and go with him. If the commander points are low, then no one will listen to him. After talking with them for a while, Yi Tianyin left. He did not continue to stay here, but went to the core area of the heavens, immersing ancient ruins. There is a flying array here. He is now going to repair the flying array. Immediately, he came to the inside of the heavens, immersing ancient ruins. The ground is densely covered with divine runes. Each divine rune looks very profound. There are 6 grooves on the side, proving that something can be put in. 6 grooves. It seems that I need to put in 6 huge spirit jade stones. Otherwise, I can't activate this flying array at all. Yi Tianyin looked at the 6 grooves. He knew that he needs to find 6 huge spirit jade stones, and they must be very complete. As for the price, it must be very expensive, but he can go to the Star Pavilion to buy it. It's not difficult. What he needs now is to repair the flying array. After repairing it, there will be no problem. It's almost time to start repairing. After such a long time, there are really a lot of broken places. Tianyin glanced around. He roughly knows how difficult it is to repair. Even if he has reached the master level of divine rune mastery, it's still not easy to repair. On the contrary, repairing is more difficult than making, after all. Everyone's carving method is different. If you want to carve it according to the original condition, you need to be very careful. He took out the imperial spirit brush and was about to repair it. At this moment, Elder Xian appeared from the side and looked at him in astonishment. "Master, are you going to repair this flying formation?" "Not bad. It is about time to repair the flying array," Tianyin said. "This is something that requires one to be at the level of a master. You've already reached that level?" Elder Xian was astonished. "That's right. Is there a problem?" Tianyin smiled. Isn't this too fast?" Elder Xian was shocked as he said, "According to what I know, the powerful individuals who came to carve this flying formation were at least 70 or 80 years old. You're already old enough. Some things can't be measured by age, understand?" Tianyin smiled and opened his heavenly eye. The first thing he saw was the dense divine runes on the divine runes. In order to repair it perfectly, he needed the help of the heavenly eye. After activating it, he immediately knew where the damage was and how much strength was needed to repair it. This thing was quite useful. Although he could repair it without using the heaven's eye, there was no reason not to use it. Using it would greatly increase the success rate of the repair. Although he didn't dare to say that he definitely wouldn't, at least the success rate would greatly increase. Then he ignored Elder Xian's astonished gaze and began to repair the damaged parts. With the help of the Imperial Spirit Brush, it wasn't too difficult to repair the damaged parts. In fact, it was quite impressive. Ding! Successfully repaired Grand Master Grade Divine Inscriptions. Reward: 50,000 experience points. 500 Divine Inscriptions Proficiency Points. Ding! Successfully repaired Grand Master level Divine Inscriptions. Reward: 30,000 experience points. 300 Divine Inscriptions Proficiency Points. Ding! Successfully repaired. He repaired them one by one. The more difficult it was, the more experience he gained and the more proficiency he gained. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was to quickly repair the flying formation. For the rest of the time, he continued to repair the formation day and night. If he was tired, he would go out and rest for a while, and then continue to repair. There were too many places to repair this flying formation. It was no less than re-engraving a flying formation. Even so, he still had to repair it. This kind of formation was fixed here. If he wanted to re-engrave it, he would have to rebuild the heavens, immersing ancient ruins. "It's finally repaired," Tianyin exhaled. After more than a week of repair, he finally finished repairing the flying formation and gained a lot of experience and proficiency. Although it was far less than the speed of the battle, it was still quite impressive. After the repair, the entire flying formation was shining with the luster it should have, and it looked no different from the original. "Master, you really repaired it." Elder Xian was deeply shocked when he saw this. "Do you think I'm lying to you?" Tianyin rolled his eyes and said, "Ding! Successfully repaired all the formations in the heavens, immersing ancient ruins. Reward: 1,000,000 experience points, 10,000 divine inscriptions, proficiency points. Ding! Continue the second step of the main storyline. Successfully upgraded to Jade Mansion level and transferred to Heavenly Border Continent. Ding! Current progress: 1/5 of the Spirit Core Cultivators, 6/50ths of the Core Condensation Cultivators, Spirit Refinement Cultivators have a Core Transformation Cultivator, so the difficulty is halved. There were 1/3 Spirit Core Cultivators and 6/25ths Core Condensation Cultivators. Spirit Refinement Cultivators had a new notification popping up which made him stunned. This was the standard to become a third-grade force. And this is under the condition that there is a core transformation cultivator, which means he himself is the only one who can reduce the difficulty by half. Many of the weaker third-grade forces don't even have a core transformation cultivator, so having a core transformation cultivator is a bit of a boost. It seems that the difficulty is really not small. Tianyin showed a bit of a wry smile. It seems that the difficulty is really high. Even if the difficulty is halved, it is still quite difficult. This is already the minimum if they don't even have 5 spirit core cultivators. How can they talk about becoming a third-grade force? There are as many as 50 core condensation cultivators. Now, even if it is reduced to 25, it is still very difficult. Spirit refinement cultivators are easier to deal with. As their cultivation advances, they will soon fill up this number, but the first one is more troublesome. For other third-grade forces, this is really common. Deacon level is the core condensation cultivator. Walking around in a third-grade force, you can see core condensation cultivators, so it is not a problem. But for Heavenly Jade Sect, the difficulty is not small. It can only be said that the time is too short. Even if they had a good cultivation environment and bad pills, they would still have to slowly improve. Not everyone was a super genius. It seems that if I want to complete this task, the best way is to quickly merge the two forces. But the favorability of those who join cannot be too low, otherwise it will not be effective. Chapter 274. After repairing everything, Tianyin didn't rush to find the jade spirit stone to inlay. With the current chaotic situation, it's not suitable to move the heavens immersing ancient ruins at will. It's not good for a temple to fly in the sky without attracting people's attention, especially flying to heaven's top mansion. If they attract any attention, they won't even know how they died. In front of the enemy, without enough strength, Tianyin really doesn't dare to fly around, so he can't quickly advance the main task. However, he still had to prepare what he needed to prepare. It's almost done here, then we can go back. Tianyin nodded. Everything here has been arranged. The only thing left is to give them time. As long as they have enough time, they can quickly develop. With so many resources, so many martial arts, it's hard not to develop. But no matter how fast they soar, it's impossible to achieve it in a few days. According to his estimation, it will take at least a few years for Heavenly Jade Sect to reach the peak of the second-grade force, and then to enter the third-grade force. Without Heaven's Top Mansion's help, this was already quite fast, unless there was a large number of geniuses joining them. Before Heavenly Jade Sect becomes famous, it's impossible for geniuses to join, unless they're ordinary geniuses. After saying goodbye to Shishuyun and the others, he quickly left and did not continue to stay here. Time is still relatively tight. The situation here is almost finished. Most of the things that need to be arranged have been arranged. He doesn't need to intervene in most things. It's very smooth on its own. After returning to Heaven's Top Mansion, Tianyin breathed a sigh of relief. If Heaven's Top Mansion was attacked while he was away, it would be very troublesome. Mansion Lord, you're back! When Great Elder saw Tianyin came back, he was surprised. They are now all centered around Tianyin, and now they feel that they can't leave Tianyin. If Tianyin doesn't come back, then Heaven's Top Mansion will be finished. Did anything happen while I was away? Tianyin asked. Yes, there is a big problem. Great Elder said. The news has spread outside. The Dragon Gathering City Palace was destroyed. Many mansion lords died in this palace, naturally including us. The destruction of the Divine Rune Mansion has been linked to the Netherworld Empire. The entire Heavenly Boundary Continent is in an uproar. Everyone is worried that the Netherworld Empire will destroy it. Tianyin nodded. This is not unexpected. This matter will definitely spread, so they can't show their faces in public. But the Netherworld Empire soon came out to clarify, saying that they didn't do anything and ordered a thorough investigation on this matter. Great Elder said, Netherworld Empire is focusing on investigating this matter. I believe they won't have any time to deal with us. Plus, we've already died in there, so no one will know of our existence. Tianyan Mansion is sect, Dragon Yin sect, long Te-one's palace is this long ago. By the time the Netherworld Empire found out about this matter, Tianyan doesn't know how long it will take, especially since the Netherworld Empire has so many things to deal with. It seems that the situation is going in a good direction. Tianyan nodded and continued to ask, "Is there any problem with Heaven's Top Mansion recently?" "There's no problem. We got a lot of resources, but we didn't distribute them all at once. We distributed them slowly to avoid any accidents," Great Elder said. "Other than that, there is no problem. But the number of disciples joining our Heaven's Top Mansion is decreasing." At this point, the Great Elder revealed a bitter smile. It was not a good thing that there were no new disciples joining. Tianyan immediately explained the general situation, such as the merger and the old ancestor of Heavenly Jade Sect. All of it was said. It is necessary for them to discuss this matter, otherwise it will easily cause a conflict. One mansion, two sects? Interesting, of course. This is not a problem. We will listen to Lord E. Great Elder smiled and said, "If the two sects can be merged, then the number of disciples will increase. We can train these disciples. I don't believe that we can't prosper." "If the two sects merge, the number of disciples won't be a lot, but it's more about the quality." "Well, since there is no problem, I plan to go to the Star Pavilion to buy some things. I will come back later." Tianyan saw that there is no problem and quickly left the place. The thing he bought from the Star Pavilion is naturally the Spirit Jade Stone. Although he doesn't need to use it immediately, it's always good to have it ready. This time he didn't bring anyone with him. Heaven's Top Mansion is relatively weak. If they are recognized, it will not be good to cause trouble. He is wearing a mask. No matter who comes, he won't be afraid of being recognized. Soon he arrived at the headquarters of the Star Pavilion. This place has the most things and information. It must be the best place to go. It seems that the influence is not big. Ordinary cultivators are not a problem. Tianyan nodded. The Netherworld Empire's overbearing power is not enough to make people panic. Shortly after, he arrived at the Star Pavilion. No one recognized him. He even specially disguised himself as a slightly older man who looked to be in his 30s. "Welcome. How can I help you?" A beautiful woman came over. "I want to buy Spirit Jade Stone, and a very big one," Tianyan said directly. "A very big Spirit Jade Stone?" The woman's eyes lit up and said, "How big?" This is a big commission for her. The more things she buys, the more commission she will get. Generally speaking, 100 pounds or more than a dozen. Tianyan thought for a moment. It doesn't matter if these things are more prepared just in case. "A 50-kilogram one," the woman exclaimed. Her voice was trembling as she said, It's very rare to see such a complete Spirit Jade Stone. At most, it's 15 kilograms. I really don't have a 50-kilogram one. 15 pounds? Tianyan frowned. This is far from the level he wants. At least more than 50 to 60 gene. If it's too small, he won't be able to fill the slot. How can he activate the flying great array? Yes, only 15 pounds. The woman looked at him expectantly. She hoped that she can accept this business. Forget it. Too small, not interested. Tianyan waved his hand, turned around and left. It is really too small. Young master, please wait a moment. At this time, a beautiful woman came out from the inside and looked at him with a smile. I am sorry, I just happened to hear what you said. You want more than 100 pounds of Spirit Jade Stone. Tianyan didn't even look at her, he just nodded. Yes, not 100 pounds, at least 50 to 60 pounds. What a coincidence. Someone wants to auction this kind of Spirit Jade Stone. The heaviest is 200 pounds. I wonder if you would like to enter the VIP room to listen to the details. The beautiful woman immediately stopped Tianyan from leaving. Chapter 275. Tianyan looked at this woman and felt that she looked familiar, as though he had seen her somewhere before. However, he was sure that he had not seen her before, but he had definitely seen someone who looked familiar from somewhere. Otherwise, it would not be so similar. Miss Li. When the waitresses saw her, they all greeted her respectfully. Miss Li? Yi Tianyan suddenly understood why this woman looked so familiar. So she was Li Tianlong's granddaughter? Or his daughter? When the woman saw Yi Tianyan looking at her so seriously, she smiled and said, "Mister, is there anything wrong with my face?" "There's no problem. It's just that your words have successfully attracted my attention." Yi Tianyan smiled lightly and said, "Bring me to the VIP room and let me have a good look." "No problem. Please follow me." The beautiful woman gestured for Yi Tianyan to follow her. After they left, the waitresses showed dissatisfied expressions and looked at Miss Li's back with some disgust. "Uft! I didn't expect her to come personally and steal my business. If I knew the details of the auction, this business would definitely be mine. Don't speak so loudly, it's not good if she hears it. Pavilion Master Li has a few children, and she has the worst talent in divine inscriptions, so she can only come here to help. If she can't even help with this, won't she be left out? If she's left out, she can come and steal my customer?" The waitress rolled her eyes at her companion and said, "If she wasn't Pavilion Master Li's daughter, I wouldn't have been polite to her. Only with this identity can she stay here. All right, don't say any more. It's not good if she hears it. If I don't say anything, do you think the others here won't say anything? Everyone is so promising. Her cultivation level is poor, and she doesn't even know divine inscriptions. If it was someone else, they would have been kicked out long ago. They were like resentful women, constantly complaining." Even Yi Tianyan heard this. Although it was a little soft, he still heard it. Leah, who was leading the way, trembled, but she didn't say anything and continued to lead him forward. Yi Tianyan believed that she definitely heard it, and she heard it very clearly. Although Leah's cultivation is not high, but she is at least at the second level of core condensation. This level of cultivation was considered pretty good in an ordinary force, but in the Star Pavilion it was considered average, especially since Li Yu wasn't young anymore. She looked to be around 25 or 26 years old, which wasn't considered young at all. Most importantly, she was Pavilion Head Li's daughter. This was different, and there would be a huge contrast. What he said just now was the best proof. Under Lia's lead, they arrived at the VIP lounge. Although Yi Tianyan did not pay any money, he directly said that he wanted to buy jade spirit stones, and that was enough for him to enter the VIP lounge to discuss in detail. "Young master, please take a seat." Li gestured to Yi Tianyan to sit down. She also sat down and said with a smile on her face, "Young master just said that you need to buy a large piece of jade spirit stone, and it must be very complete." "Yes, the more complete the better. It must be at least 50 to 60 pounds. Yi Tianyan said while looking at Leah, "She should be Li Tianlong's youngest daughter." "This is no problem. It just so happens that someone is auctioning a large number of jade spirit stones, and it's very complete. There are at least 5 pieces that are more than 200 pounds. Leah smiled and said, "I don't know if you are satisfied with this batch of goods." "Satisfied, very satisfied." Yi Tianyan's eyes lit up. This is what he needs the most. The more complete the better. If it's too big, it can be cut, but if it's too small, it can't be combined. But the problem is that this customer wants someone to buy it all at once, not just a small part, or buy it separately. Leah said, "I don't know if you can afford this price." "No problem, this isn't a problem. As long as you can give me good goods, then it won't be a problem." Yi Tianyan said indifferently. He wasn't lacking in money right now. After plundering so many sect treasures, how could he be poor? Since that's the case, then it's easy. Lia's eyes lit up and continued. "However, the other customer does not need any gold, nor does he need any pills. He only needs a soul tool to exchange. I wonder if that's possible." Gold could still be circulated in the past, but now it was not, especially in the face of jade spirit stone. Jade spirit stone was already equivalent to the currency in circulation, and gold was nothing at all. The further one went, the higher the level of currency would be needed. For example, Spirit stones were the most widely circulated currency, and jade spirit stone was a higher grade currency. The spirit energy contained within was even denser, so the price was naturally higher. No problem. Tianyin's answer was simple and crude. He could even refine soul tools himself, so he was not worried at all. This little girl has a rude question. I wonder if you are buying these jade spirit stones to set up a large formation? Leah asked. Large pieces of jade spirit stones were definitely not currency. If they were to be used as currency, then it would be unreasonable to auction them here. Basically, large pieces of jade spirit stones only had one main use, and that was to set up a large formation as an energy stone to activate it. That's right, is there a problem? Tianyin did not avoid this answer, mainly because this thing was basically used like this, carved into a statue and placed it at home. Then he would pretend that he didn't say anything. There's no problem. I just wanted to ask if young master's attainments in divine inscriptions are not bad. You can join our star pavilion. Leo immediately tried to rope him in. As long as you join our star pavilion as a guest elder, we will definitely not treat you badly. I believe you know the foundation of our star pavilion. It will definitely not be bad. She immediately started to rope people in, and Tianyin knew very well that this was to make a contribution for him. The more people he roped in, the more it was like soliciting guests. If he could rope in a strong person, then it would be his own ability. That's not necessary for the time being. I just came to buy something. Tianyin refused the invitation. As long as he had the ability, he would immediately be invited. There was no exception. All right then. Lia's beautiful eyes flashed with a bit of disappointment and immediately said, Then can you let me confirm all of your current property? We only need a part of it. We're worried that someone will deliberately cause trouble. No problem. Tianyin understood what they were thinking. The storage ring in his hand lit up, and with a light throw, 3 high-grade soul tools fell on the ground. This is only a small part. Can I not have it? He left a lot of treasures in the Heavenly Jade Sect, but there are still a lot of them on him. He originally planned to come here to buy jade spirit stones. So how could he not prepare some money? Chapter 276. After Leah left, Tianyin sat alone in the VIP room, drinking tea. He could clearly see what was going on below. Now that the auction was about to start, there were already many people seated below. They were all whispering to each other, discussing the items to be auctioned. Most of the cultivators who were auctioning were considered poor. If they were rich, they would be auctioning in the VIP room. Not only could he hide his face, but he could also sit comfortably. Of course, there were some cultivators who were especially free and liked to sit there to auction. No matter what, Tianyin was determined to get it. As time passed, more and more people gathered in the auction venue. When it was night outside, it was finally time for the official auction. There was an auction basically every day. As for the number of treasures, it depended on the situation at that time. As for what would be auctioned, it would basically be listed for the cultivators to see. It wouldn't waste anyone's time. What should be sold would be sold and wouldn't be slowly played with, other than a few special finale treasures. Most of them would be clearly stated. Those that weren't mentioned would also be mentioned. It's finally starting. Tianyin squinted and looked below. Most of the people had arrived. Soon, Leah walked up to the stage and started her speech. I'm very happy to see everyone. The auction is about to start. I hope that everyone can buy the treasures that you like. Leah smiled and gestured for her companions below to bring the first treasure up. However, when more cultivators saw Leah, they started discussing and didn't pay much attention to the treasure. Isn't that Pavilion Master Lee's daughter? Why was she sent here to help? I heard that it's to take care of her. She's not good in many aspects, so she could only be sent here to help. That's true. It's very easy to do this job here. Occasionally, you can even get to know some experts. Pavilion Master Lee seems to be paying attention. No matter how bad his daughter is, she's still his daughter. How can he give up? Everyone didn't talk about the treasures, but Leah. It seemed that Li Ye's reputation was quite big, but it was all negative. Li Ye's smile froze. This was her first day on stage, and she didn't expect to become the topic of discussion. However, she had a strong heart and began to introduce the first treasure. The first treasure is a mid-grade soul armament, the Frozen Sky Sword. There are 4th-grade divine runes on it, which can increase the freezing power of the sword. Li Ye's voice became louder as she continued. The price will be auctioned using jade spirit stones. The starting price will be 1,000 jade spirit stones, and each bid cannot be lower than 100 jade spirit stones. The 1,000 mentioned here was calculated in taels, but it didn't need a complete spirit jade stone. Just a small piece would do. Most of the small pieces of spirit jade stones were about a few taels or half a kilogram. These were very good for cultivation. It was much better than absorbing spiritual awareness and cultivating outside. At this moment, many people turned their attention to this weapon. It immediately attracted the attention of many people, especially cultivators who mainly cultivated the ice attribute. I'll take it. 1,500 spirit jade stones. 1,800 spirit jade stones. 1,900 spirit jade stones. One after another, the price was higher than the other. It seemed that the price of a mid-grade soul armament with 4th-grade divine runes was not low. Tianyan, who was in the VIP room, was not interested. He could forge these mid-grade soul armaments by himself. Since he had nothing to do, he picked up the auction list. The corresponding treasures were clearly listed on it. There were more than 20 treasures in this auction. Among them, the complete jade spirit stone that he wanted was ranked 3rd from the bottom. It was publicly available. The last 2 items were hidden. One of them was an elixir, and the other was a treasure. It was clearly written that those who wanted the elixir could keep it. It was definitely a top-grade elixir. As for the other treasure, it was definitely not a weapon or armor. It was definitely a treasure with a special effect. This made people somewhat excited. As for the others, Tianyan was not interested at all. They were all weapons and elixirs. The grade was not low, but if he could forge them, they would not be attractive at all. Feeling extremely bored, he took out some crafting materials and began to forge a low-grade soul tool. He could only forge low-grade soul armaments at most. If he continued, he would be able to forge mid-grade soul armaments and even high-grade soul armaments. Actually, in theory, it was not as fast as killing monsters. The items that dropped were basically mid-grade soul armaments or high-grade soul armaments. The grade was definitely not low. However, he still planned to raise the proficiency of this skill. Currently, the grade was relatively low, but it definitely had a future. In the future, if he could customize some weapons or if the sect needed more soul armaments, then forging would be of great use. Under such circumstances, he quickly forged a low-grade soul armament. It was not difficult at all. At this moment, he was finally close to the treasure he wanted. He kept his weapon and looked at the situation below. The next item is mainly for divine inscriptions experts. I believe everyone knows that it is a very complete jade spirit stone. Li, you maintained a smile from beginning to end. Every piece of jade spirit stone weighs more than 200 kilograms. I believe this value represents something to divine inscriptions cultivators. As she spoke, someone below the stage carried the jade spirit stone up and placed it on the stage. Every piece of jade spirit stone was as big as a head. However, such a small jade spirit stone weighed more than 200 kilograms. Even if it was smashed and used as currency, its value would not be low. Many cultivators' eyes lit up. However, they were only a little interested to see who would buy it. Because most of them were not divine inscriptions cultivators, it was not very meaningful to them. There are a total of 6 jade spirit stones here. Each of them weighs more than 200 kilograms. The heaviest one weighs as much as 300 kilograms. Li Ye continued. However, It is a pity that the seller has instructed that he hopes to sell them all at once and not in several batches. Therefore, he needs to buy all of them at once and not sell them individually. The price is higher. It is not exchanged with elixirs or martial arts, but with soul armaments. There is no limit to the types of soul armaments, but they must be at least low-grade soul armaments. If we buy them with mid-grade soul armaments, according to the normal conversion, one mid-grade soul armament is equivalent to 30 low-grade soul armaments. One high-grade soul armament is equivalent to 100 low-grade soul armaments. In order to have a good auction, we will start with the low-grade soul armaments. After we get it, we will convert it. Then let the auction begin. The starting price is 10 low-grade soul armaments. The minimum price cannot be lower than 10 low-grade soul armaments. Let's start the bidding. 50 low-grade soul armaments. You want to get this jade spirit stone with 50 low-grade soul armaments? You are too naive. I have 100 low-grade soul armaments. What a joke. 100 low-grade soul armaments is also very low. I will bid 200. Chapter 277. 200 low-grade soul weapons. The entire auction hall was in an uproar. If converted to mid-grade soul weapons, that would be a total of 6. Of course, it was still far from enough. There were 6 complete spirit jades here, and the price was much higher than ordinary spirit jades. This was just the beginning, just a warm-up. Tianyan narrowed his eyes as he listened to the bids. One couldn't help but to say that low-grade soul weapons were really cheap. A high-grade soul weapon was equivalent to 100 low-grade soul weapons. And this was under the condition that they had ordinary effects. If they had other divine imprints or other effects, the price would definitely be much higher. It was the same for low-grade soul weapons. If there was a 5th-grade divine imprint or even a Grandmaster rank divine imprint, the price would definitely be equivalent to a peak-level mid-grade soul weapon. Hence, Li is said to start the auction at this price. When the time came, they would calculate the price one by one. 300 low-grade soul weapons. 300 low-grade soul weapons? I'll bid 350. These voices were all coming from the VIP rooms. They were all high-ranked divine inscriptionists, either 5th grade or Grandmaster inscriptionists. If not, how could they be so rich? I'll bid 500 low-grade soul weapons. At this time in the auction venue below, a sentence suddenly popped up, breaking the bidding war in the VIP room. 500 low-grade soul weapons. Many people turned their gazes over. The one who called out the bid was actually a woman with an unprepossessing appearance, but the price was still called out. 500 low-grade soul weapons. It was an extremely shocking price. Instantly increasing the price by 150 low-grade soul weapons, it could be said that she was rich and overbearing. 800 low-grade soul weapons. Tianyun's voice rang out. He was determined to get these spirit jades. It didn't matter if the price was high, it was truly worth it. Sadly, back then in the heavenly spiritual jade pool, he didn't think too much about it. If not, he would have been able to collect a few more spirit jades. However, those spirit jades could only be considered as usable. They weren't as pure as the ones in front of him. The main reason was because they had been used up by the Stellar Pavilion for too long. 800 low-grade soul weapons, once again, shocked the entire audience. Previously, an increase of 150 low-grade soul weapons was already considered quite shocking. Now that they had 300 soul armaments, that meant they had 3 high-grade soul armaments. The price was absolutely shocking. Damn, isn't he too rich? 800 low-grade soul armaments. If we give them to our disciples, we'll have 800 people with such powerful weapons. Yeah, 300 soul armaments in one go. If it were me, I wouldn't be willing to do that. Of course you wouldn't. You aren't even a divine inscriptionist. Of course you wouldn't. This price instantly exploded. Leah, who was below the stage, recognized this voice and knew that it was Tianyan who shouted it. She knew that Tianyan was rich, but she didn't expect him to be this rich. This was equivalent to 8 high-grade soul tools. Although Tianyan had so many soul tools, he thought that high-grade soul tools were as common as cabbages. After all, high-grade soul tools could only be forged by a master blacksmith. Only core transformation stage cultivators were equipped with weapons, and there weren't many of them. But who was Tianyan? He had killed a lot of core transformation stage cultivators. So what was a high-grade soul tool? If you have the guts, why don't you have a heaven-level weapon? The 2 divine inscriptionists in the VIP rooms who were arguing about the price immediately shut their mouths. This price was too high for them to bear. The woman who was arguing about the price also didn't say anything. This price was really too high. 810 low-grade soul armaments. At this time, a low voice came from the VIP room. At the same time, a voice was transmitted to Tianyan's ears. Friend, I am the chief divine inscriptionist of the Netherworld Empire. This batch of spirit jade stones is very important to me. I hope that you will carefully consider yourself and stop competing with me over the price. If you provoke the Netherworld Empire, then don't blame me for not warning you. Li Hao's voice was somewhat cold, and he even emphasized the words Netherworld Empire. This is obviously a threat to Tianyan, so that he will not compete with him for the price, or else he will be killed. 850 low-grade soul armaments. Tianyan turned a deaf ear to Li Hao and immediately raised the price. Son of a bitch, how dare you ignore my words? Li Hao angrily slammed the table next to him. The whole table was smashed into powder, which scared the guard next to him. But he didn't continue to raise the price. If he continued to raise the price, it would be too expensive and not worth it. Very good, very good. Then you help me buy it, and then we will see if you can take it away. Li Hao's eyes were cold, and a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. In the VIP room, Tianyan's eyes were cold. If it was any other sect that begged him, he might have given in, but this was the Netherworld Empire. Not to mention begging. Even if he knelt down, he would still ask him to get lost. The new price caused another wave of uproar. The woman looked at Tianyan, but she didn't continue to raise the price. Instead, she looked at the VIP room where Tianyan was sitting. 850 low-grade soul armaments. Is there a higher price? Li continued to shout. This price was far beyond her expectations, and it made her very excited. After a while, no one continues to raise the price. Leah looked at Tianyan's direction and said, Then this batch of jade spirit stones belongs to this friend. After the announcement, many people looked over. They all wanted to see the face of the person sitting in the VIP room, and they wanted to know who was sitting in the VIP room. To be able to offer such a high price, it was impossible for an ordinary person to pay 850 low-grade soul armaments. After successfully winning the bid, Tianyan was very satisfied. The price was not particularly high. As long as it was useful to him, he would spend a lot of money to buy it. What if he didn't have any soul armaments? He didn't have to worry about it at all. He could just go to the Netherworld Empire and trample on it. After the end of this auction, the next treasure was immediately brought up. It was covered by a piece of red cloth, and even the spiritual awareness could not detect what was inside. This is the final treasure. It's a type of pill. Leah gently opened the red cloth, and a delicate jade bottle appeared in front of everyone. This is called Spirit Congealing Pill. If you are at the peak of Spirit Refinement Realm, you can definitely break through to the Core Condensation Realm. If you are at the 9th level of Spirit Refinement Realm, you will also have a 50% chance to break through to the Core Condensation Realm. There are 5 of them. As soon as she said this, many people immediately went into an uproar. This means that there will be 5 more Core Condensation Realm cultivators, which can be regarded as training disciples. Chapter 278. For other sects, this spirit congealing pill is as simple as having 5 more core condensation cultivators, but for Tianyan, It's the birth of a large number of core condensation cultivators. As long as he uses the appraisal eye, the pill recipe will become his. He has the alchemy proficiency skill, but it doesn't mean that he knows all the pill recipes. For example, he doesn't know the recipe for refining the spirit congealing pill. This spirit congealing pill. I must get it. Etienne's eyes flashed with a bit of desire. This is the treasure he needs very much now. Many people are ready to make a move. This spirit congealing pill is also a bit of desire for them. Core condensation may not be a big deal, but it can be used to train young disciples so that they can break through to core condensation early, so that they can enter a higher realm faster. I believe that everyone is very interested in this spirit congealing pill. This spirit congealing pill can indeed be used as a divine pill to train disciples, but this kind of pill is really rare. Li was very satisfied when she saw their expressions and immediately said with a smile, "The bidding method for the spirit congealing pill is very normal. You only need to pay the normal amount of spirit jade stones. If you don't have enough spirit jade stones to pay, you can use medicinal pills or weapons instead. Then prepare to start the bidding. The starting price of the spirit congealing pill is 5,000 spirit jade stones. Each increment must not be less than 500 spirit jade stones. Now, start the bidding. 10,000 spirit jade stones." Etienne's voice was immediately thrown out. Many people were shocked by him again. Although they couldn't see his face, they couldn't help but look at him. The price has been raised to 10,000 spirit jade stones. How can other people compete with him? Lia's eyes showed a bit of surprise. She didn't expect Etienne to be interested in this pill. 10,000 spirit jade stones. Immediately, other people began to call out prices, but they were all in the VIP rooms. The prices in the later stages were too expensive, and it was not suitable for the cultivators sitting in the front to buy. Only those sitting in the VIP room are eligible to buy it. 15,000 spirit jade stones. Etienne didn't want to talk too much nonsense. He doesn't have much right now, but he has a lot of spirit jade stones. After killing so many core transformation stage powerhouses, the wealth on their bodies would definitely be enough for him to spend for a long time. He didn't dare to say that it was a lot of money, but he could still take out at least 100,000 spiritual jade stones. So he had to get this spirit congealing pill. Raising the price by another 5,000 spirit jade stones made many people speechless. Even if he had money, raising the price by 5,000 spirit jade stones so casually was a little too extravagant, wasn't it? 16,000 jade spirit stones. The other guests in the VIP rooms called out another price, but they wouldn't raise the price by 5,000 like Etienne did. This price was still too high for them. 20,000 jade spirit stones. Etienne raised the price by 5,000 again. He didn't treat money as money at all. Pervert. A burst of cursing came from the VIP lounge. How were they supposed to play with this price? Even if they could call out a higher price, it would be too much of a loss if they continued like this. 5 spirit congealing pills are good things, but if the price continues to go up, it is not worth it. 20,000 spirit jade stones. Is there anyone who has a higher price? Leah looked around. This price was set too quickly. She thought that she could go up with a higher price. It seems that many people are still very rational. If they continue to go up, it is not worth it at all. After a while, no one continued to bid. Leah said, "Then, congratulations to this friend. These 5 spirit congealing pills will belong to him." After this matter was over, many people couldn't help but take a look. How did such a rich person appear this time? The spirit congealing pill is not bad, but it is not enough to compete so fiercely, unless it is the pill formula of the spirit congealing pill. Otherwise, it is really not worth continuing to bid. If it is the pill formula of the spirit congealing pill, then everyone will really go crazy. The price will definitely soar to the extreme. 5 spirit congealing pills can be sold at this price. What if it is a pill formula that can be used to refine pills? Thinking about it carefully, it is scary, but generally people will not sell the pill formula. This is too much of a loss. You can hold the pill formula. Only you can refine it so you can make a continuous stream of money. Why not? This is simply a monopoly. The price can definitely be raised higher. Next, it's the last treasure. Lia's voice was a little louder, attracting everyone's attention. Immediately something was carried up, and soon the red cloth was pulled. A treasure appeared in front of everyone, a round crystal ball. This treasure is called the Heaven Spirit Treasure. If worn on the body, it can increase your cultivation speed. This effect is roughly 30%. This means that wearing the Heaven Spiritual Treasure to cultivate will give me more time to cultivate. Lee glanced at the crowd and said, I believe for all cultivators, what does this mean? It means that you can run faster than others, become stronger faster. The benefits of the Heaven Spirit Treasure. Even the strong cultivators of the Spirit Core stage can use it. When this announcement came out, many people were shocked. They all stared at the Heaven Spirit Treasure. This is a rare and good thing. The effect of increasing the cultivation speed by 30% is absolutely a heaven-defying effect. Great, this is mine. I also want it. Even the Spirit Core stage can have an effect. This is definitely a high-grade soul tool. Don't fight with me, this old man wants it. They are all very interested in this treasure. They all have a feeling that they must get it. Liye is very satisfied with their situation. This is what she needs, so that the price can be higher. The Heaven Spirit Treasure is not a high-grade soul tool. It is a supreme-grade soul tool. It can be said that it is even rarer. The starting price is 50,000 sky spirit stones. Each bid cannot be lower than 2,000 jade spirit stones. Let the bidding begin. This is the last and strongest treasure, a treasure that can provoke everyone's nerves. 60,000 sky spirit stones. Damn, who wants to compete with me? 65,000 sky spirit stones. 70,000 sky spirit stones, I want it. All of them are going crazy, and the price is constantly skyrocketing, even crazier than Tianyan. But as the price continued to rise, there was no sound from the VIP room where Tianyan was. This made many people feel a little disappointed. They thought it would be more intense. It seems that Tianyan is not going to make a move. In the VIP room, Tianyan drank tea, looking at the Heaven Spirit Treasure below. He has no interest at all. Increasing the cultivation speed by 30% is simply rubbish to him. It is not meaningful to him if his cultivation speed is not increased by dozens of times. Chapter 279. Tianyan didn't move at all. He just watched them fight for the treasure. Tianyan knew that a 30% increase in cultivation speed was already very amazing, but he had a better one. So he wasn't interested at all. Tianyan didn't make a bid, which made many people lose interest in him. They didn't expect that Tianyan wouldn't make a bid. Was it because Tianyan ran out of money? Li Yu was also very disappointed. She thought that she would see a higher price, but it seemed that she couldn't attract Tianyan's attention. However, even without Tianyan, the price continued to rise. 90,000 spirit jades. Another hoarse voice rang out. 90,000 spiritual jade stones was already quite a high price. It was estimated that the person had thrown caution to the wind and had bet all of his wealth on it. It wasn't because he lost his mind, but because his cultivation speed was very fast. After the 90,000 spirit jade stones were shouted out, there was no other sound. Everyone fell into silence. 90,000 spirit jades was too high. Many people couldn't afford it. 90,000 spirit jades. Is there a higher price? Li continued to shout. After shouting a few more times, Li pointed to the VIP room and congratulated Tianyan. Congratulations, friend, for successfully obtaining this heavenly spirit treasure. Now that all the treasures have been sold, please come again next time. Li smiled. This auction was finally a success. This was her first time on the stage, so she couldn't help but feel nervous. Fortunately, everything was done perfectly. If you have successfully obtained a treasure, please come to the backstage. Leah added, Tianyan got up and walked out of the door. Not long after she walked out of the door, someone immediately stopped her. "Wait!" Tianyan turned his head and heard the voice. It was Li Hao, the self-proclaimed Chief Divine Rune Grandmaster of the Netherworld Empire. "What's the matter?" Tianyan looked at Li Hao. Li Hao's cultivation was indeed not low. He had reached the 3rd level of the core transformation stage. Although Tianyan didn't know whether Li Hao was really a Chief Divine Rune Grandmaster or not, his cultivation was very high. "Which faction are you from?" Li Hao looked at him coldly. Behind him, there were a few disciples whose cultivation was also not weak. They were all at the core condensation stage, but Li Hao didn't know what level of divine rune master they were. "I don't belong to any sect. Is there a problem?" Tianyan naturally wouldn't tell them his name. To them, there was nothing to say. "No sect? Do you know our Netherworld Empire?" Li Hao said in a cold voice. "I'll give you a chance, hand over the spirit jade stones, and I can let you live. The Netherworld Empire is in great need of this spirit jade stone. As long as you give it to me, I won't hold you accountable for what you did just now. Your Netherworld Empire needs it, but I don't." Tianyan wasn't afraid of causing trouble, especially for the Netherworld Empire. No matter how many people came, he would kill them. "Very good, you're very courageous." Li Hao sneered. "Then take this spirit jade stone. Let's see if you can hold it or not." After saying that, Li Hao left with his people. He didn't want to embarrass Tianyan. The most important thing is that Star Pavilion has a clear rule. That is, no one can make a move here. Otherwise, Li Tianlong will investigate to the end. If someone robbed the spirit jade stone right after they bought it, then where would the Star Pavilion's face go? So at least it can be guaranteed that it won't be robbed in the Star Pavilion. But outside the Star Pavilion is not necessarily the same. Once they left the city, the Star Pavilion would have nothing to do with them. If they wanted to protect everyone, the Star Pavilion wouldn't be able to do it. Therefore, even if Li Hao was a member of the Netherworld Empire, he must abide by this rule. Tianyan looked at Li Hao's departing figure. His eyes flashed with killing intent, but it quickly disappeared. After entering the backstage area, there were already quite a few people there who had already started to pay their bills and collect their treasures. Li Hao was one of them. When he saw Tianyan coming, his eyes flashed with coldness, but he didn't continue to speak ill of him. "Young master, you're here." Leah walked over with a middle-aged man beside her. She introduced, "This is the seller of the sky soul stones. According to your previous offer, you'll have to pay at least 850 low-grade soul armaments. How are you going to pay now?" "I'll pay with high-grade soul tools. Is there a problem?" Tianyan looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's cultivation is not low. He is at the 7th level of Spirit Core stage. He must be an elder of a big sect or a palace lord. "No problem as long as it's a weapon," the middle-aged man said. "Well, we'll pay with high-grade soul tools." Tianyan took out a high-grade soul tool and handed it over. "This is a high-grade soul tool. You can appraise it yourself." The middle-aged man took it and looked at it carefully. He was surprised. "Good blade, it looks good, but there are no divine runes engraved on it. I left it for you to engrave your own divine runes." "Isn't it better to engrave your own divine runes?" Tianyan smiled lightly. "These are all dropped by the strong. Naturally, there won't be any divine runes engraved on it. It's already quite good that there are some effects on it." "This is very good. I like it." The middle-aged man smiled. "I like this blade very much. It's worth 160 low-grade soul tools. What do you think?" "Okay." Tianyan is very satisfied with the price. The middle-aged man didn't deliberately cheat him. Then he took out another blade. The middle-aged man inspected it one by one. His eyes were full of surprise. Just taking out 4 high-grade soul tools was more than enough to cover the price. He didn't really need 850 soul tools at all. "Good, very good." The middle-aged man smiled with satisfaction. "It's a pleasure to cooperate with you. I am Feng Ji, an elder of Brahma Mansion. If there is a chance, we will continue to cooperate next time. It turned out to be Elder Fong of Brahma Mansion. If there is a chance, we will continue to cooperate next time. Tianyin smiled. It turned out to be an elder of Brahma Mansion. No wonder his cultivation is not low. He just didn't know where these complete spirit jade stones came from. But he didn't ask about it, so he didn't say it. After this transaction, it was followed by spirit congealing pill. Directly paid a large amount of spirit jade stones. There was no problem. The person who gave the spirit congealing pill was an alchemist. His cultivation was also not low, but he didn't mean to make friends with Tianyin. He didn't worry about selling this kind of pill, so there was no need for more communication, so Tianyin was too lazy to pay attention to him. Chapter 280. Soon, Tianyin finished the transaction. He has everything he needs, including the spirit congealing pill. He needs to find a place to read the pill's formula first. By that time, he will be able to refine a batch of pills and give it to Heavenly Jade Sect and Heaven's top mansion. Especially Heavenly Jade Sect, there are a lot of disciples who are above 8th or 9th level of spirit refinement. So with a batch of pills, there will be a large number of core condensation cultivators. Now that he has the Jade Spirit Stone, he can go back and inlay it on the array. This trip had not been a waste at all, and he was quite satisfied. Young master, are you not interested in that heavenly spirit treasure? Leah asked curiously. I don't have much interest in this kind of treasure. Tianyin smiled. What's better than killing monsters to level up? As long as he had enough demonic beasts and their levels were not low, he would be able to advance a level in a few days. Well, no matter what, I'm happy to cooperate with you. Leah smiled and said, How about this? Why don't you stay in the Star Pavilion's private room for a while? At the same time, she sent a voice transmission to Tianyin. Young master, in order to buy that batch of Jade Spirit Stone, you provoked the Netherworld Empire. He is a very ruthless person. After you go out, I'm afraid that you will easily encounter an accident. Stay in this room for a while and sneak away when they are not paying attention. Tianyin squinted at her. He didn't expect Leah to be so kind to remind him, and he immediately felt a bit better. Miss Lee, why are you reminding me in such a kind way? Tianyin asked. The Netherworld Empire is notorious. This is already known to everyone. They're very overbearing. Young master bought things in the Star Pavilion. We will naturally protect you. But if you leave here, we can't do anything. Leah explained. Tianyin nodded. This is quite a customer. The main thing is that the Netherworld Empire is too disgusting. Thank you, Miss Lee. I still have important matters to attend to, so there's no need for that for now. These words were not transmitted, but spoken in front of her. On the side, Li Hao had been paying attention to every movement. When he heard that Tianyin had refused to stay here, a cruel smile appeared on his face. This was exactly the result he wanted. If he were to stay here, it would be difficult to make a move, and it would be a waste of time. Young master. When Li wanted to say something, he shook his head, indicating that he had already made up his mind. She could only sigh and stop trying to persuade him. After bidding farewell, Tianyin walked out, not even sparing Li Hao a glance. Li Hao stared at his back, and soon after he followed after him. When Leah saw this situation, she could only sigh. She really wanted to help, but couldn't. Little did she know that Tianyin liked this kind of situation. He wanted to punch them hard and turn them into a big wave of treasures and experience. Why not? When he just walked out, someone immediately stopped in front of him. This person is the ordinary-looking woman who wanted to compete for the Jade Spirit Stone before. Tianyin saw this person before. She immediately stopped in front of him. What's the matter? Tianyin looked at her from head to toe, and the appraisal I immediately exposed her situation. Mysterious woman. 3rd level core condensation stage. Face disguised, wearing a low-grade soul tool treasure robe. Main martial art. Heavenly Spirit Finger, Heavenly Spirit Step. Defeated drop. Heavenly Spirit Talisman, Heavenly Spirit Finger, Heavenly Spirit Step. Grade 5 Divine Rune. Randomly drops 1. Third level core condensation stage. This cultivation is not bad, not bad. But she looks very ordinary, the kind that would be hard to find in a crowd. Obviously, her aura is too strong. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to judge her cultivation level. If he didn't have the appraisal eye, he wouldn't be able to sense her at a glance, unless he forcibly investigates. The key point is that the things dropped are related to Heavenly Spirit. Is she from Spirit Race? The appraisal, I can't tell what race the other party is. This is too detailed, so it is not particularly clear. Maybe after leveling up, it will show. But judging from this, the woman in front of him should be from Spirit Race. If she is not from Spirit Race, she should not have changed her appearance. I don't know this young master. Can you give me 2 Spirit Jade Stones? I can use other things to exchange for it. The woman said in a very pleasant voice, making people's hearts sway a little. Her tone is very sincere, but also very anxious. Oh, what are you going to exchange for it? Tianyan was a little more interested. The most important thing is that the other party is from Spirit Race. If not, he is too lazy to pay attention to her. Thinking of Spirit Race, he thought of Xiao Qingxian. He doesn't know what happened to her. I can engrave Divine Rune for you. Anything within grade 5 is fine. The woman said solemnly, any Divine Rune within grade 5 is fine. Tianyan squinted at her. From her words, it is obvious that she is a grade 5 Divine Rune Master, worthy of being from Spirit Race. She is already a grade 5 Divine Rune Master at such a young age. Yes, I don't want much, just 2 Spirit Jade Stones. In exchange, I can engrave 4 Divine Runes within grade 5 for you. What do you think? The woman said anxiously, or I can give you some soul tools. I need them urgently. Is that so? Tianyan looked at her and smiled faintly. I don't need any reward from you. Just tell me one thing, and after you tell me, I will give you 2 Jade Spirit Stones. What is it? The woman looked at him suspiciously. She does not know what information she can provide. What is the current situation of Spirit Race? Tianyan asked. As soon as he finished speaking, the woman paused for a moment. Then a cold light flashed across her eyes. She was shocked, but her tone was calm. I do not know the situation of Spirit Race, young lord. Now this is the condition I am offering. Are you willing to accept? Her tone suddenly became cold, as if she was extremely wary of Tianyan. But because of the Spirit Jade Stones, she could not leave immediately. It seems that you are not willing to tell me the situation. Tianyan smiled. Actually, I have a friend in Spirit Race. I just want to find out some information. There's no need to be so nervous. Since you are not willing to tell me, I will not force you to tell me anything. All right, come with me. The woman followed Tianyan into a room, and Tianyan faced her. Then he stretched out his hand. Give me the interspatial ring. I will put the Spirit Jade Stones inside. The woman was surprised. She did not believe him. She did not even answer, and he was willing to give her the Spirit Jade Stones? But the woman did not mind and immediately handed over the interspatial ring. Tianyan transferred the Spirit Jade Stones and gave it back to her. It's done, take it. Tianyan felt that this woman is trustworthy. Even though the situation of Spirit Race is quite serious, with some traitors appearing, I believe that this woman is not a traitor. The reason is simple. At least she is not forcing him to buy it, and the price is very reasonable. Tianyan has never been stingy with his generosity. The woman was stunned when she saw the Spirit Jade Stones in the interspatial ring. She did not expect that Tianyan would really give it to her, but she did not think too much and directly gave the other interspatial ring to Tianyan, saying, "This is for you. There's not much. This is all I can do for now. I will repay you in the future." Then she turned around and left, without any hesitation. Chapter 281. This lass is really honest. Even if I gave it to her, she still wanted to get it back. Tianyan inspected the items in the ring. She was really honest. She had clearly given it to him, but she still wanted to get it back. Furthermore, the value of the items she had given him was enough to buy the 2 spirit jade stones. However, she hadn't prepared enough items. The total value was only 500 low-grade soul tools, which was indeed her limit. Now that she had given him everything, it meant that he was going to earn a lot. Originally, there were 6 spirit jade stones, and the price was only 850 low-grade soul tools. She had given him back 500 low-grade soul tools. Anyone else would think that was the behavior of an idiot. This lass, she's so young, and she came out to help. I wonder what would happen if she got caught. Tianyan shook his head. After a moment's thought, he walked out. Because she had changed her appearance, she looked older. However, according to Tianyan's judgment, she couldn't be more than 20 years old. Most importantly, she was still young and inexperienced. She didn't even know how to bargain. He didn't know whether she was too generous or too insensible. As soon as he walked out, he saw Li Hao looking outside. He didn't know what he was looking at. When Li Hao saw Tianyan come out, a cold smile appeared on his face. Ignoring him, he turned and left. Could it be that he sent people to chase after that lass? Tianyan frowned and quickly followed. These people were watching him too closely. Anyone who came into contact with him would definitely go looking for trouble. The 2 of them were alone in the room just now. It was obvious that Li Hao guessed that he would give the item to the young girl, so he immediately sent people to follow him. Immediately, he quickly followed, but when he chased after them, he discovered that there was no one outside. Clearly, Li Hao had quickly left, not wanting him to know where he had gone. A cold smile appeared on Tianyan's face. Trying to play tricks with me? You're still too inexperienced. He didn't pay any attention to Li Hao, and directly rushed to find the young girl. The young girl had just received the spirit jade stones, and had left in a hurry without any hesitation. It was obvious that she had run into some urgent matter, and had quickly left after receiving the item. Where is it? Tianyan squinted his eyes and immediately activated the appraisal eye. He didn't use his eyes to search, but rather his spiritual energy. With the help of the appraisal eye, the effect was even more shocking. Soon he found the girl outside the city gate. She was already on the giant eagle, ready to fly away. Her speed was really fast. It didn't take long for the young lady to leave the city gate. How fast did she have to hurry? However, the lackeys that Li Hao sent out weren't slow either. They quickly caught up and stood in front of the girl. Hey, miss, where do you want to go? Just as the young woman was about to leave, one of Li Hao's subordinates, Su Feng, stood in her way. He reached out and grabbed the eagle, making it impossible for it to move. It didn't even dare to breathe. The young girl's expression changed, and then she said in a low voice, What do you want to do? I don't even know you. You don't know us, but you know that kid. That's enough. Su Feng sneered. I advise you to obediently hand over the things he gave you. Even if he didn't give you anything, hand over everything. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. They were already outside the city and were not under the protection of the Star Pavilion, so no matter what they did, the Star Pavilion wouldn't care. I don't know what you're talking about. He didn't give me anything. The young girl's face was a little pale. Obviously, she was a little panicked. Didn't give you anything? Then let us search your body, then we'll know. Su Feng smiled sinisterly and prepared to walk towards the carriage. His other 2 companions surrounded him. In terms of cultivation, they were stronger than the young girl. The young girl's face darkened, and 2 divine talismans suddenly appeared in her hand. She threw them to the side, but before they could get close to Su Feng, the 2 divine talismans suddenly exploded in midair with a bang, and 2 terrifying waves of air swept out in all directions. The power of this explosion was at least equal to the level of peak core condensation. The 3 people who intercepted her were immediately blown away and suffered serious injuries. They didn't expect that the young girl was quite ruthless. Let's go. The young girl immediately commanded the giant eagle to leave. After the giant eagle screeched, it immediately spread its wings and quickly flew away from here. However, before it could fly far, a huge palm slapped down heavily on the giant eagle. With a paw sound, the giant eagle was directly smashed into a cloud of blood mist. It didn't even have the chance to scream before it was completely dead. "Little eagle," the young girl screamed. But because the giant eagle was dead, she couldn't continue to fly. She could only quickly jump down from the carriage and landed steadily on the ground. "This is the detonation divine talisman." Li Hao flew down and looked at her coldly. "You're from the spirit clan." The young girl bit her lips and didn't speak. Feeling Li Hao's terrifying aura, she felt that she couldn't leave. It's useless not to speak. The detonation divine talisman is a relatively special divine talisman. It generally doesn't exist in the outside world. Furthermore, it's shockingly powerful. Besides the spirit tribe, it's really difficult for anyone to inscribe such a powerful divine talisman. Li Hao looked her up and down before laughing heartily. "I didn't expect to see a member of the spirit tribe here. Come back with me. There are many of your companions waiting for you at my place." After saying that, Li Hao reached out and grabbed her. The power of the core transformation stage pressed down on the young girl, bringing a strong sense of pressure. The next moment, the young girl took out a divine talisman and stuck it on her body. She turned into a gust of wind and rushed into the outer city. She wanted to hide in the city so that the Star Pavilion could protect her. "Don't be silly. It's useless to hide in the city. Everyone knows that we are against the Spirit Clan. Do you think the Star Pavilion will dare to protect you?" Li Hao let out a loud laugh, and his figure flew up. His speed was much faster than the young girl, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of her. He stretched out his hand to grab her, and a special force instantly enveloped her, suppressing the young girl, making her unable to move. In a situation where there was a huge gap between their cultivation levels, just the powerful force released by Li Hao was like a weight of 10,000 kilograms. "You people from the Netherworld Empire will die a horrible death." The young girl took out a divine talisman and stuck it on her head. It was obvious that she wanted to commit suicide. "You want to commit suicide? Impossible." Li Hao snorted and quickly reached out to grab the divine talisman. However, before he could rush over, a large force came from his back. With a pung sound, he was ruthlessly kicked away. He tumbled forward dozens of times, and a large part of his back caved in. It was unknown how many bones were shattered. "You're in my way." At this time, a young man walked out of the gate with a smile on his face. "Little girl, don't be so impulsive. Don't die for these bastards. It's not worth it." Chapter 282. The one who kicked Li Hao was none other than Yi Tianyan. Yi Tianyan quickly caught up with Li Hao and sent him flying with a single kick. The strength of this kick was not light. At least Li Hao's waist was broken. "Of course it's me. Who else could it be?" Yi Tianyan smiled. Luckily he came out in time. Otherwise this girl would have been caught by Li Hao. But he is from the Netherworld Empire. The girl was dumbfounded. She had never seen anyone who attacked the Netherworld Empire, except for this young man in front of her. The spirit race also attacked the Netherworld Empire, but that was just a form of resistance. How could they dare to provoke the Netherworld Empire? The young man in front of her was so domineering. With just one kick, he sent a powerful core transformation stage cultivator flying. "Son of a bitch, you dare to kick me." Li Hao slapped the ground and bounced up. Due to the fact that he had broken quite a few of his bones, he had instantly injured his body, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air. He took out a medicinal pill and stuffed it into his mouth, rapidly healing his internal injuries. "So what if I kicked you? Don't you know that the door is small?" Yi Tianyan could be said to be lying with his eyes wide open. The door in front of him could be said to be amazingly big. 10 people could walk side by side without a problem. In the end, he just wanted to kick Li Hao away. "Boy, It seems like you want to be the hero and save the beauty with brute force? You have to look at your own ability. What kind of skill is that? Li Hao was furious. In a flash, a few divine inscriptions appeared in his hand. He was a divine inscription grandmaster. It was not surprising that he knew a few divine inscriptions. He stuck the divine inscriptions on his body. Instantly his whole body shone with a golden light. His strength suddenly increased. Whether it was speed or strength, there was a big improvement. Boom! Li Hao jumped on the ground and flew towards them. The injuries on his body seemed to have disappeared. Under the double suppression of the divine inscriptions and the divine inscriptions, the injuries on his body were nothing. Run! The girl's face changed. She hurriedly dragged Yi Tianyan to the side to escape. She didn't think that Yi Tianyan would be able to deal with Li Hao. Li Hao also thought that he was defeated by a sneak attack, not a direct confrontation. Do you think you can escape? Li Hao snorted coldly and flew towards them. His speed instantly caught up to them and blocked their path. He stretched out his hand and slapped towards Yi Tianyan. He did not hold back the power of a core transformation stage cultivator. Layers upon layers of qi waves crazily pressed down on them. If it was a cultivator with a lower cultivation, he would definitely be smashed to death by this palm. This palm was aimed at Yi Tianyan. He wanted to kill Yi Tianyan directly. As for the girl, he wanted to keep her alive. After all, she was from the spirit clan. The countenance of the young girl turned deathly pale. This time around they were finished. However, she still swiftly retrieved a divine inscription talisman, preparing to throw it towards Li Hao. Although it didn't have much meaning, it could at least serve as an interception. However, a single hand slightly pressed down on her hand that was holding onto the divine inscription talisman. Following that, Yi Tianyan took a slight step forward. It was only a single step, but his speed was as fast as lightning as he rapidly moved forward. Following that, he fiercely swung his fist to meet Li Hao's palm. Brat, you're courting death. Li Hao's eyes revealed a look of ridicule. He felt that Yi Tianyan's actions were simply the actions of an idiot. Trying to meet his palm was the same as courting death. Boom! A violent force exploded forth, sending Li Hao flying. After rolling a few rounds, he heavily slammed into the city walls. Only then did he stop. The arm that had met Yi Tianyan's palm was shattered by this violent force. My arm, my arm. Li Hao lay on the ground, tightly clutching his shattered arm. His face had turned deathly pale, and his entire arm was limp. Blood flowed unceasingly from his arm, making him look extremely horrifying. I'm just relying on my brute strength to deal with you. So what? Yi Tianyan walked towards Li Hao step by step, his gaze icy cold as he stared at him. The young girl at the side covered her small mouth in shock. Even she was shocked by the scene before her. With a single punch, he had sent Li Hao flying. If it was because of a sneak attack that he had succeeded, then now it was a fair and square confrontation, and he had even successfully defeated Li Hao. This meant that this young man's cultivation level was definitely higher than Li Hao's, and he could not simply crush his opponent with brute strength alone. If one had enough brute strength, then their cultivation level would not be weak. You go to hell for me. Li Hao roared, and with his palm that could still move, he fiercely slammed the ground, sending himself flying. Following that, 5 divine inscription talismans appeared in his hand, and he quickly threw them over. Be careful, those are pyroblast talismans. Their power is astonishing. The young girl hurriedly warned Yi Tianyan. Just as she finished speaking, the pyroblast talismans had already exploded. Like 5 roaring fire dragons, they instantly enveloped Yi Tianyan. The power of these pyroblast talismans was astonishing, and it was also a grade 5 divine inscription. It was comparable to an all-out attack from a core transformation stage cultivator. Especially when 5 of them were superimposed, the power was even more astonishing. Ha ha ha, brute strength is not bad, but in the end, you still died in my hands." Li Hao laughed. His face was hideous, looking at the terrifying flames covering a large area, and wherever it went, not even a blade of grass could survive. "Really, who died in your hands?" A ghostly voice sounded in Li Hao's ear. Li Hao hurriedly turned his head to look, but what greeted him was a big fist. Bang! Li Hao was hit by the fist and flew out. It just happened to hit the head. Suddenly his head was blown off, and he directly died. He can't be more dead. Ding successfully killed Li Hao, gained 350,000 EXP, 4,300 crazy point. Divine inscription proficiency increased by 500 points. Martial art shadow step, heavenly wind palm. Broken cloud brush, middle grade soul tool. Grade 5 divine inscription, random. Tyrant rune paper, rare. He easily crushed Li Hao. He didn't even use crazy damage mode. Just relying on his terrifying brute strength, it was enough to crush Li Hao. After killing him, Qin Wentian swiftly plundered his interspatial ring. The interspatial ring of a divine inscriptionist would definitely contain many treasures. You only have 500 proficiency points, and you still dare to call yourself a grandmaster? You are just a 5th grade divine inscriptionist. Yi Tianyun's voice was filled with disdain. So it turned out that Yi Tianyun was just a piece of trash. You actually killed asterisk, 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 asterisk. The few subordinates who had been blasted away by the young woman earlier all revealed expressions of rage when they saw that Yi Tianyun had killed Li Hao. You're dead, you're all dead, boom! Yi Tianyun rushed over and sent them flying with a kick. They died instantly. He did not hold back at all. Chapter 283. Yi Tianyun's tyrannical strength had easily killed the Netherworld Empire's people. The onlookers were stunned. Li Ye from the Star Pavilion also saw it. She didn't expect Yi Tianyun to be so domineering. But what was more terrifying was that he had provoked the entire Netherworld Empire. In front of everyone, he had killed the chief divine rune grandmaster of the Netherworld Empire. This meant that he would suffer the wrath of the Netherworld Empire. Killing a chief divine rune master was not enough to incur the wrath of the Netherworld Empire. Even killing an inspector or a soldier of the Netherworld Empire would incur the wrath of the Netherworld Empire. It meant that he was disrespecting the authority of the Netherworld Empire. Yi Tianyun's tyranny made Li feel complicated. No wonder he wasn't afraid of Li Hao. It turned out that he was stronger than Li Hao. I don't know which force he belongs to. He even dared to kill the chief divine rune grandmaster of the Netherworld Empire. Li shook her head. She didn't dare to continue to investigate this matter. Even if she was Li Tianlong's daughter, she didn't dare to investigate this matter. After all, the anger of the Netherworld Empire was not something that the Star Pavilion could bear. Yi Tianyun sensed Li Ye's gaze. He turned his head and looked at her. He smiled but didn't say anything. He turned around and brought the dumbfounded young lady with him. With a gentle step, they soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Soon, they disappeared from everyone's sight. This proved that the young man's cultivation had indeed reached the core transformation stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to fly. Possessing such a cultivation at such a young age caused them to speculate one after another. Just what kind of background did he have? Which power did he belong to? Spirit race or Heavenly Dragon Empire, or even other hidden forces? This world was bigger than they could imagine. It was not limited to the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Netherworld Empire. There were many other empires that were not weak. It was just that in this area, these two empires were the most powerful and often fought with each other. In the sky. Weren't you hit by the flame explosion talisman? How come you are fine? The young girl still hadn't recovered from the shock. Everything happened too fast, and she couldn't see it clearly. Do you really want something to happen to me? Yi Tianyun smiled faintly. No, it's not like that. It's just a bit sudden. He suddenly appeared beside the people of the Netherworld Empire and quickly killed them. The girl shook her head and didn't know what to say. When your cultivation is a bit stronger, you will naturally understand. Itianyan did not bother to explain too much. This was teleportation, after all, so of course it was sudden enough. In the blink of an eye, he had flashed to Li Hao's side, and no one had been able to detect him. All right. The girl thought for a moment, and her face immediately turned red. Can you put me down? Their current position was a little ambiguous. Itianyan was hugging her tightly as they flew. How could she not be shy? This was the principle that men and women should not touch. Sure, Itianyan knew what she was thinking. Her original intention was to avoid everyone's sight and leave. Now that she had flown far away, there was no problem. Soon after, they descended and put her down. After leaving, the girl nodded and said, "Thank you, young master, for your help. If it wasn't for you, I would have been taken away. But that person is from the Netherworld Empire. You killed him. You will soon be hunted down." Speaking up to here, her eyes flashed with anger. She was very dissatisfied with the people from the Netherworld Empire. At the same time, there was also a hint of guilt in her eyes. She felt that she had implicated Itianyan. It doesn't matter. No matter how many people from the Netherworld Empire come, I will kill them all. Itianyan smiled and said, "I don't like them. Since they provoked me, I will naturally not let them go." The Netherworld Empire is gradually approaching the heavens' top mansion. Once they occupy the heavenly border continent, they will soon extend to the earthly border continent. The reason why they fought with the Heavenly Dragon Empire was because they wanted to occupy the entire region. Originally, the next step was to occupy the entire heavenly border continent. Unfortunately, this plan was broken by Itianyan. "You also hate the Netherworld Empire?" The girl's beautiful eyes widened and said with a smile, "That's great. We have the same idea. The Netherworld Empire is too hateful. They are very overbearing. Whenever they see something good, they want to take it for themselves. For example, the spirit race." Itianyan smiled and said, "Don't be too nervous. The person from the Netherworld Empire has already said so. This time you can't act shamelessly, right? I'm sorry. We can't expose our identity. Otherwise, the Netherworld Empire will hunt us down. But since you saved me, I'm sure you are not a bad person. I am indeed from the spirit race. This time, I came out to buy spirit jade stones." There was no doubt about this. Even if he used the trick of injuring himself to gain trust, he still killed the chief divine rune master of the Netherworld Empire. "I told you that you are from the spirit race. You are so young, and yet you have the standard of a 5th grade divine rune. Apart from the spirit race, there are very few other forces that have this kind of ability." Itianyan said with a smile. This was true. Apart from the spirit race, it was very rare to have the standard of a 5th grade divine rune at such a young age. "Oh no, I have to go back quickly. If I go back late, it will be too late." At this time, the girl thought of something and said hurriedly, "Do you want me to send you back?" Itianyan asked, "Can I? Then I'll have to trouble you." The girl did not refuse. Perhaps it was because she was too anxious and didn't have any precaution, so she asked Itianyan to send her back. Itianyan did not hesitate. He hugged the girl and quickly flew up. "Where do you want to go?" "This way," the girl said as she pointed to a direction. Itianyan quickly flew towards that direction and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Under the guidance of the girl, they came to a dense forest. This dense forest was where the spirit race lived. Itianyan casually looked around and felt that there was something strange about this forest. After releasing his heavenly eye, he immediately saw many hidden divine runes engraved on the trees. If not for the heavenly eye, he would not have been able to see these divine runes clearly. As expected, this is the place where the spirit race lives. There are divine runes everywhere. If you randomly barge in, you won't even know how you died. Itianyan nodded. From the looks of it, there was no problem for the time being. The girl must have bought so many spirit jade stones to replenish the energy of the divine runes. Otherwise, she would not have been in such a hurry. We've arrived. Just stop here. The girl hurriedly signaled Yi Tianyin to put her down. Yi Tianyin nodded and landed at the foot of the mountain. Thank you for escorting me back. If it wasn't for you, I don't know when I would have returned. The girl said gratefully, This is enough. I'm ready to go back. Right. What's the name of your friend in the spirit race? I can help you ask about her. There's no need. I guess she's not in the spirit race anymore. Yi Tianyin smiled and did not say Yi Qingshuan's name. Really? Then wait here for a while. I'll go back and talk to the elders and see if they can invite you in. The girl smiled brightly. Right, I still don't know your name. My name is Yi Wan. Obviously, she completely regarded him as a friend. She gave him the spirit jade stones and saved him. If he gave her the spirit jade stones, it would arouse her suspicion. But after saving him, she let down her guard. Chapter 284. Yi Yuntian, Yi Yuntian. Yi Wan nodded her head and said, Wait for me here, I'll talk to the elders and see if they can take you in as a guest. Now the situation in the spirit clan is quite special. We can't take people in like before. No problem, go ahead. Yi Tianyin smiled and motioned her to hurry up. Yi Wan nodded her head, turned around and ran into the forest, disappearing at the end of the forest. Yi Tianyin looked at her disappearing back and found a place to sit down, waiting for her to return. Now the situation in the spirit clan was very special. As long as it was not a member of the clan, no one could enter. No one knew if they were enemies or not, so he had to be careful. Even the members of the clan had to go through a thorough interrogation, especially those who didn't come back often. It was very likely that they were traitors. I wonder if Yi Qingxian is in the clan now. Yi Tianyin didn't ask about Yi Qingshuan's situation. These things were sensitive, so he didn't want to know more. He looked up at the blue sky. It had been a long time, at least a year. Unknowingly, almost a year had passed just like that. It had to be said that this was really fast. Many things had happened in this year. Many sects had been destroyed, and many sects had risen. While he was immersed in his thoughts, Yi Wan-er's voice came from behind. Brother Yi, I'm back! In addition to Yi Wan-er, there was also a spirit race elder who was at 5th level core transformation stage. Yi Tianyin didn't expect to see such a high-level spirit race elder. Yi Tianyin believed that the spirit race elder must have heard about what Yi Wan did, so they must have sent an elder to negotiate with him. Yi Tianyin stood up and walked towards the elder. Brother Yi, this is our 3rd elder. Yi Wan are introduced to Yi Tianyin. Greetings, 3rd elder. Yi Tianyin nodded. You are the young man who saved Wan-er? To have such a cultivation at such a young age, and even kill Netherworld empires, Li Hao, this strength is not bad. The 3rd elder looked at Jiang Yi from head to toe and observed him carefully. He continued to ask, May I know which faction you are from? I am just a loose cultivator. Thus, I am not from any sect, Yi Tianyin said with a faint smile. Loose cultivator? Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes and looked at him. It was a miracle that an itinerant cultivator could cultivate to this level. I heard from Wan, that you have a grudge with the Netherworld Empire? Yes, an irreconcilable hatred. Yi Tianyin's eyes shone with a bright light. That's why I helped Miss Wan. When I saw how overbearing the Netherworld Empire was, I couldn't help but help her. The Netherworld Empire is indeed overbearing. No matter what, thank you for saving Wan-er. I believe that you have more or less heard about our spirit race. The Netherworld Empire wanted to recruit us by force, so it is easy to have some conflicts. More importantly, we have to carefully interrogate every cultivator who comes in. Please don't take it to heart. Jiang Yi smiled. This is very normal. We have more or less heard about it. We should investigate it strictly. I am afraid that there are spies among us. Yi Tianyin smiled. We have always been hospitable. Now we refuse to go out. We must be cautious. But since Brother E has an irreconcilable hatred with the Netherworld Empire, even if you are our friend. Jiang E gestured. Please come in. E Tianyin smiled and nodded. The other party trusted him so much, but he killed Li Hao, which belongs to the rank of a minister. Who would do such a thing if there was no hatred between them? But before you go in, please put this black ribbon on your eyes. This is the rule for outsiders. Please understand. Jiang Yi took out a black ribbon and asked Yi Tianyin to put on. No problem. Yi Tianyin knew what this meant. They were afraid that if they followed them all the way in, they would memorize the array and the maze would be ineffective. Immediately, with the help of Yi Wanner, he wrapped the black ribbon around his eyes. When the black ribbon wrapped around his eyes, he found that his spiritual senses and eyes were sealed. He could not see anything, and all he could see was darkness. If it was a simple black cloth, it would be useless. He could still use his spiritual senses to explore the surroundings. Obviously, this black cloth was engraved with divine patterns, which could block spiritual senses. Then, under their guidance, Yi Tianyin walked in step by step. After walking for about 30 minutes, the black cloth wrapped around his eyes was untied. A glimmer of light came into his eyes, which made him squint slightly. The first thing that came into view was a very primitive village. It was built with wood from the forest, and many vines were wrapped around it. It looked quite primitive. Fortunately, there was enough spiritual energy in this place. The spiritual energy was quite rich, and the effect of cultivation here was not low. In addition, there were a lot of spirit clan members in this place. At a glance, there were dozens of them, scattered about, busy with something. Looking up, there was a blue sky above, but if one flew in the sky, he would not be able to see the situation here. This was a divine rune that was engraved by a divine rune grandmaster. If it was so easy to find it, it would have been captured long ago instead of being besieged by the Netherworld Empire. Hey, there's an outsider in. Yes, I heard that Wanner brought him in. Didn't she go to buy jade spirit stones? Why did she bring an outsider in? What if there is a traitor? They looked at him curiously, and some were even full of hostility. As long as it was an outsider, they would be a bit cautious. Because they had all fallen into a trap, they were so cautious. It could be said that once bitten, twice shy. This was the case here. He is not a traitor, and he is not a bad person. Don't worry, he is the same as us. He has a great hatred for the Netherworld Empire. Recently, he saved Wanner and killed the great traitor of our spirit clan, Li Hao. Yi Wanner loudly defended Yi Tianyin. What? Killed the great traitor Li Hao? Did he really kill that bastard? That bastard should have died a long time ago. After learning so many divine patterns, I didn't expect that he was a dog of the Netherworld Empire. Great, he can help us kill that Li Hao. It makes me feel a bit better. He is definitely not a traitor. Hearing these words, the guards in their hearts immediately relaxed a lot, but they were still somewhat on guard. Because it was not a member of their clan, they relaxed a little, but not completely. At least their attitude was much better. Chapter 285. When Yi Wanner explained to Yi Tianyin, Jiang Yi nodded slightly but didn't say anything. Originally, he wanted to come forward and explain to them. If they didn't give a reasonable explanation, they wouldn't be able to accept an outsider. Now that everyone was in a panic without a clear identity, the possibility of them accepting an outsider was very low. Yi Tianyin's identity was very clear. He was the enemy of the Netherworld Empire, and he also killed Li Hao. To them, he was a friend, helping them to kill the traitor and resist the Netherworld Empire together. They immediately became a united front, so their attitude immediately changed. Brother Yi, I still have some matters to attend to. You can just stay here. Jiang Yi turned to Yi Wanner and said, bring Brother Yi for a walk around here. As he spoke, he gave her a look, but no one knew what he was hinting at. Yi Tianyin saw this scene. It must be a hint to Yi Wanner to take good care of him. The most important thing is to keep an eye on him, not to wander around at will. This is the key. An outsider definitely couldn't wander around here as he pleased. Apart from this small area, there were quite a few houses in front of him. Among them, there was a tall tower in the distance. Bursts of light came from the tower and enveloped the area. This tower should be something like the core of the array, releasing energy to cover the whole area, so no one can find out about it. Void Spirit Stage, which is stronger than core transformation stage cultivators, can't detect the situation here. Even Spirit King Stage cultivators can't detect the situation here. Void Spirit Stage is divided into two stages. One is Void Spirit Stage, and the other is Late Stage. But the late stage is generally called Spirit King Stage. After breaking through to Void Spirit Stage, you can call yourself Spirit King. But in order to become a Spirit King, you must first reach Spirit King Stage. Because the two stages are the same, they're divided into two stages, but the difference in strength is like heaven and earth. Spirit King Xiantian is a real Spirit King Stage cultivator. His strength is unquestionable. In the outside world, these two stages are generally described as turning void into spirit that is becoming a king. Only after reaching the Spirit King Stage could he advance to the Saint King Stage. What is that pagoda again? Tianyan asked. That pagoda is our spirit pagoda. The saintess and the elders live there, protecting the entire spirit race. Yi Wan Air's beautiful eyes flashed. She looked over there and said, "This time I brought back the jade spirit stones to replenish the spirit tower's energy. Normally, we don't need too many jade spirit stones. Now that the situation is urgent, in order to be more secretive, the formation will be activated at full power. However, I only brought back a small portion. The spirit pagoda needs a lot of spirit jade stones now." Tianyan nodded. This was within his expectations. Otherwise, many large arrays would have spirit gathering arrays. The energy consumption was basically the same as the energy provided by the spirit gathering array, so there was no need for spirit jade stones. Saintess, huh? Tianyun's eyes flashed. It seemed like it was impossible for him to go over. Big brother, look. At this time, Yuan motioned him to look over. When he turned his head to look, an extremely exquisite face appeared in front of him. There were a few divine inscriptions on this beautiful face. They looked very faint, but they didn't destroy the beauty of this face. Instead, there was a different kind of beauty to it. The key was that this appearance made him dumbfounded. It was somewhat similar to Yi Qingxian. He knew that the ordinary face before was definitely not Yi Waner's real face. This was the real face. The appearance of the spirit race was not bad. Before he came in, he saw many handsome men and beautiful women, and they all had special divine runes on their faces. Therefore, if they didn't change their appearance, they would immediately be recognized as a spirit race. The faint divine runes on their face was their most obvious characteristic. However, Yi Wan-er's appearance was somewhat similar to Yi Qingshuan's, and even their surname was the same. There was no doubt that the two of them were sisters. Her real face looked like she was only 16 or 17 years old, a few years younger than Yi Tianyan. But to be able to have such a high cultivation level, her talent could be said to be extraordinary. The reason why the spirit race was so powerful was because of their amazing talent. But correspondingly, it was quite difficult to reproduce. It was already good to have one child, and it was extremely difficult to have two, but it was not impossible. Dumbfounded, this is my real face. Yi Wan squinted her eyes and smiled. Are you scared? I am scared. Your real face is really beautiful. Yi Tianyan smiled. Sisters, you are much more beautiful than me. Although Yi Wan said so, she was still very happy to be praised. She smiled and said, Let's go, I will take you around. Although we can't go to the spirit tower, walking around here is not a problem. Yi Wan led him forward. As soon as they arrived, many spirit race people surrounded him and looked him up and down. Wan, don't you want to introduce him? I heard that he saved you and killed the great traitor Li Hao. Yes, yes. Don't you want to introduce this friend to us? The age of the people surrounding him was about the same, about 20 years old, but there were also younger. You can call him Big Brother E. He is very powerful. He killed that Li Hao with 2 or 3 punches. If it were not for Big Brother E, I would not have come back. Yi Wan waved her little fist, as if she wanted to show the situation at that time. He killed that Li Hao with 2 or 3 punches. Is he that powerful? They all exclaimed, but there was still a look of doubt in their eyes. They did not see it with their own eyes, so they did not know the real situation. By the way, how do you feel about the outside this time? They immediately changed the topic, apparently not too concerned about this topic. Outside, they began to chat, and Yi Tianyin was left to the side. After all, everything was said by Yi Wan, and the truth would be verified. That's enough. That's enough. I have to entertain Big Brother E. Yi Wan waved her hand and said, next time when you are as mature as me, you can go out. Wan, you are bragging again. Didn't you go out with the elders once or twice before? What mature? They all rolled their eyes and dispersed. Yi Wan snorted and led Yi Tianyin to the house in front. I live over there. Big Brother E, I will take you there. Yi Wan led him to her house. After entering, the room inside was spacious, but it seemed to be a double room. Yi Tianyin glanced at it and found that the room had obviously not been lived in for a long time, but it was still clean. This is your room? Yi Tianyin asked. No, that is my sister's room, but she has not come back for a long time. Speaking of this, Yi Wan's eyes were a little disappointed. It's okay, she should be back soon. Yi Tianyin comforted. No, she is very busy now. Ever since she came back, she has been busy and rarely comes back. Yi Wan said excitedly, that's right, my sister is a holy maiden, and she is very powerful. Now that the spirit clan can live in peace, it is mostly because of my sister's efforts. She began to boast again, and her pretty face was flushed. Chapter 286. Yi Qingxian and Yi Qingxian look alike. They must be relatives. As for how they are related, it depends on the situation. But now it has been confirmed that Yi Qingxian is her sister. It seems that Yi Qingxian has returned and successfully pacified the spirit race. She didn't make them surrender. Now the situation is not so good, just a little bit stabilized. The war is still going to break out. Jade Spirit Stones is the best proof. The reason why they keep buying Jade Spirit Stones is to activate the spirit formation to protect the spirit race. But if it continues like this, it will definitely be a bottomless pit. In the end, even the Jade Spirit Stones are gone. The power of the spirit formation will be greatly reduced, and that will be the time for them to fall. Right now, they were only seeking temporary stability. If they wanted permanent security, there was only one way, and that was to eradicate the Netherworld Empire. As long as the Netherworld Empire exists, the spirit race will definitely be in danger, unless they surrender. Yi Tianyin nodded. It seems that there is no big problem for the time being, but he doesn't know what will happen in the future. Ding! Heavenly Jade Sect successfully annihilated a bandit lair. Successfully gained 5 million EXP 100. 000 Crazy Point, 1000 SBS, 100 Prestige Point, 1 Enhanced Lottery Roulette Ticket. At this time the system sounded, he was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect this kind of news to come out. Obviously, it's either an elder level or Shi Shiyun, with Heavenly Jade Sect's disciples, eradicating the bandit's nest. The key is that he also got a lot of EXP. Maybe he didn't get any items, but at least he didn't have to do it himself. No wonder my Snow Wolf King has been giving me EXP. It turns out that it is clearing the bandit's nest. Yi Tianyin shook his head. Since the beginning, he has been receiving EXP. It is obvious that the Snow Wolf King is hunting the bandit, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Now that he found out that he went to eradicate the bandit lair, he is very satisfied with the EXP he got, and he also got a lot of prestige point. Because Heavenly Jade Sect is his sect, so the action of the sect can obviously give him corresponding EXP. If everyone in Heavenly Jade Sect can give him EXP, it will be great. Brother E, what's wrong? Yi Wan saw Yi Tianyan smiling foolishly, not knowing what he was thinking. It's okay, it's okay. Yi Tianyan coughed a few times, looked at her, and said, Where are you taking me next? Big brother, Yi saved me. I will definitely repay you. Yi Wan laughed. There are some places that you can't go, but there's a place that I can take you to. It will definitely be of great help to big brother E. Where is it? Yi Tianyan's interest was piqued. He knew that Yi Wan wouldn't have invited him in just for a cup of tea. There are a few places in the spirit race that are quite famous. One of them is the Lake of Jade. If you cultivate there, your cultivation speed will be 20% faster than usual. This is effective even for core transformation stage cultivators, Yi Wan said with a smile. So magical? Yi Tianyan was a little surprised. In the outside world, people would fight for a place that can increase their cultivation speed by 20% to 30%, but here it is just a lake? Yes, all of us spirit race can go there to cultivate. It is originally used to entertain our spirit race friends. Yi Wan said with a smile, Big brother E, let's go. I will take you there. Okay. Yi Tianyan didn't have much interest in this place, but since she invited him, he will go and have a look. Under Yi Wan's lead, they re-entered the forest. This time they were not tied with black cloth. They can go in and out freely. After passing through the forest, a pool came into view. It wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. It was about 7 or 8 feet wide, and there were many people from the spirit tribe cultivating here. Except for Yi Tianyan, there is no other outsider here. Therefore, as soon as he came in, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. How can an outsider come in? They all looked at him with disgust in their eyes. I was the one who brought him here. He saved me before and killed the great traitor Li Hao. Otherwise, I would have been captured. Yi Wan had to explain again. Otherwise, they wouldn't know. Killed the traitor Li Hao? They looked at each other with shock in their eyes, but many of them were still very disdainful and even disgusted. This was not the first time that Yi Tianyan saw this kind of look. Even if they heard that he killed Li Hao or became the enemy of the Netherworld Empire, it didn't make any difference. They were still filled with wariness or disgust. Only a few chose to accept him. So what if he was killed? Why did you bring him here? One of the spirit race youth stood up and looked coldly at Yi Tianyan. Wan, you know the current situation of the spirit race. In the past, we were very good to some of the forces, and even taught them divine runes. But now, when they heard that the Netherworld Empire is coming, they all ran away. Each and every one of them is ungrateful. Some of them even turn against us. And I think he is no exception. Yes, get out of our jade pond. This is our holy land. If you want to entertain him, just do it in the house outside. Don't bring him here. Seeing these strange people annoys me. They are all ungrateful. They were all very disgusted, and they didn't even try to hide their disgust. Brother E is not like them. He won't be ungrateful. And now I want to repay the kindness. If I drive big brother E away, then I will be regarded as an ungrateful person. Yi Wan did not retreat, nor was she timid. Instead, she retorted confidently. This time, they all became silent, and after looking at each other, they didn't say anything. No matter what, at least they saved Yi Wan, and that was enough. If they really drove Yi Tianyan away, as Yi Wan said, she would be an ungrateful person. Brother E, let's choose a place to cultivate. The effect is not bad for you. Yi Wan took him to find a place to sit down, close to the edge of the jade pond, so that he could absorb the continuous flow of spiritual energy from the pond. Yi Tianyan also meditated and looked up at the green pond, The detailed situation immediately appeared in front of him. Jade Pond, a pond filled with dense spirit energy. At the bottom of the pond is the rare soul accumulation grass. After being mixed with the spirit energy and absorbed, one's cultivation speed will increase by 20% to 30%. So there is soul accumulating grass. No wonder. The soul accumulating grass was very rare. It was a spirit herb at the peak of the 5th level, and it was about to enter the 6th level. There weren't many soul accumulating grass in the Lake of Jade. There were only a few stalks of soul accumulating grass, but their effects could be enjoyed by tens or even hundreds of people at once. One could imagine how amazing the effects were. Of course, for core transformation cultivators, the effect was only 10% or even 5%. Yi Wan didn't know the situation, so she thought it was still 20 to 30%. Chapter 287. Yi Tianyan felt a gaze behind him and knew that the spirit core stage cultivator was watching him. He was worried that Yi Tianyan would rush down and snatch the soul accumulating grass. This was a 5th grade spirit herb, which was priceless outside. Yi Tianyan didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he looked around. The cultivation environment here was really good. No wonder the disciples of the spirit clan had high cultivation. There were spirit gathering formations everywhere, so they could cultivate even if they slept in their houses. Just this cultivation environment alone was enough to kill a lot of people outside, and this was not even considering their talent. The problem was that the number of people here was too small compared to the outside. Unless everyone was a heaven-defying cultivator, they would not be able to resist the power of a huge empire. In the later stages of cultivation, it completely depended on one's perception and talent. Even if the cultivation environment was good, it was very difficult to improve. Of course, this had nothing to do with Yi Tianyan. As long as he kept going, there would be no problem. Yi Waner had already started to cultivate. She slowly absorbed the rich spiritual power around her and began to cultivate. Forget it, I'll just try to absorb it. Yi Tianyan also began to try to absorb the spiritual power around him. But no matter how much he absorbed, it all turned into experience points. Gained 5,000 experience points, 8,300 experience points, 7,500 experience points, 8,100 experience points. After he absorbed a little, he found that his experience points suddenly exploded. He just absorbed a little bit, but the experience points had such a terrifying effect. If he absorbed it with all his strength, he would definitely get an amazing amount of experience points. If he activated crazy mode, it would undoubtedly be a very impressive amount. What the hell is going on? How can this place be so magical? The spiritual power here is a lot less than the heavenly spirit jade pond, but the experience points are not any less? Yi Tianyan was very shocked. He opened his eyes again and stared at the soul accumulating grass under the pond. He wondered if it was the effect of the soul accumulating grass. Under the stimulation of the soul accumulating grass, his experience points increased dramatically. With the appraisal eye, the data was still the same as before. There was no other explanation. There were a lot of things that needed to be discovered by himself, not in front of him. Try to absorb it with all your might. Let's see how it works. Yi Tianyan immediately activated his dark north divine art and began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy with the greatest suction force. In an instant, he was like a whirlpool, madly sucking in the surrounding spiritual energy. The moment he absorbed it, his experience immediately exploded. 31,000 EXP, 35,000 EXP, 34,000 EXP. Under the situation of activating the ultimate enhancement for experience, it directly exploded to more than 30,000 points. This was not even in crazy mode, and the effect could already reach such an amazing level. This shocked him. This was equivalent to the experience gained from killing a spirit core stage powerhouse. However, this experience came and went quickly. Very quickly, it sank and did not continue to erupt. 3,100, 3,300, 3,500. The data had shrunk by 10 times. There was still a lot of spiritual energy, but the effect of the soul-accumulating grass had been sucked dry. There was no doubt that the soul-accumulating grass was the main reason for the increase in experience points. The corresponding situation occurred one after another. Under the crazy absorption, the surrounding spiritual power was instantly drawn over by him. Even the surrounding trees were swaying, as if there was a force pulling them over. Yi Wan, and the others who were sitting next to him were also awakened. They turned to look at Yi Tianyin and were all shocked by this suction force. They had all seen a strong suction force, but they had never seen such a strong suction force. It sucked away all the spiritual energy around them. How could they cultivate? Big brother, Yi Wan-er's voice trembled. She did not expect Yi Tianyin's absorption to be so strong. What's wrong? Yi Tianyin stopped absorbing and felt dozens of eyes staring at him, revealing a look of horror. Your absorption speed is amazing, Yi Wan said excitedly. It's really amazing. Even the elders are not as good as Big Brother Yi. He knew that they were scared by his suction force. He just wanted to test the strongest effect, but in the end he still disturbed them. Under his human-shaped whirlpool, the absorption speed was quite amazing. If it was someone else, they would be scared. It should be said that people of the same level would be scared, let alone these spirit race, people who are only at the core condensation stage. Will this disturb your cultivation? Yi Tianyin looked at them and asked. Of course it will. The spiritual energy here has been sucked away by you. We can't absorb the soul-accumulating grass's fragrance. Yes, my spiritual energy is also sucked away. But isn't this a bit too powerful? What a terrible suction force. This is the most powerful I have ever seen in my life. If anyone is with him, they will not be able to cultivate anymore. The person you brought back is too strong, isn't he? We can't cultivate like this. After they recovered from the shock, they began to complain. How can they play like this? Yi Wan bit her lips. After thinking for a moment, she got up and sincerely said, Please, Big Brother, Yi is my savior. I have nothing to repay him. I just want him to cultivate here. If you need my help, I will definitely help. They looked at each other. They did not have any prejudice against Yi Wan. Even their relationship was not bad, but they did not have a good impression of Yi Tianyin, that's all. If they had a companion who could achieve this effect, they would definitely not say a word. Absorbing spiritual energy depends on their own ability. They can absorb as much as they can. But for Yi Tianyin, it was different. They did not have a good impression of him. They did not feel comfortable sitting next to him. Immediately they sighed. Just when they wanted to say something, Yi Tianyin reached out and grabbed her head, gently rubbed it, and said, Silly girl, there is no need to do this. It is good to see the scenery here. Let's go. But Yi Wan paused. But other than this, she really could not think of any other way to repay him. No buts, let's go. After saying that, he turned around and left. However, he learned a lot of things. For example, the soul-accumulating grass could actually increase his experience by 10 times during the process of cultivation, but the amount was too little. It was gone after a while. At the bottom of the pond of jade, there were only a few soul-accumulating grass, not many, not enough for him to absorb. This thing is probably similar to the experience grass. I wonder what effect it will have if I eat it. Will it be the same as an experience card? Chapter 288. When Yi Tianyin was thinking about how to get the accumulating soul grass, Yi Wan next to him was still in a state of guilt. She brought him in as a guest, but she couldn't repay him. How could she not feel guilty? Big Brother Yi, I'm sorry, I didn't treat you well. Yi Wan was depressed. She was very concerned about this aspect. She definitely belongs to the type of person who will repay kindness. In fact, not only her, many cultivators belong to the type of person who will repay kindness. If they can't repay kindness, then they can't straighten out their thoughts. It will hinder their own cultivation. If they are used to being ungrateful, then it's another matter. At least Yi Wan doesn't belong to this type. Still thinking about this problem? I'm very happy that you can bring me in. Others can come in. Tianyan smiled. He thought that this little girl is really kind. Although it's a pity that he can't study it properly, at least he knows that accumulating soul grass has a great effect on him. He doesn't know if other spirit herbs will have other effects. Just relying on experience cards. Unless he has a lot of crazy point, he really can't afford it. As for the spirit herbs, it is relatively rare. But as long as he is strong enough, then the difficulty of obtaining it will not be too big. Or he can order the sect people to find it. This is undoubtedly a way to save time and effort. Is that so? Yi Wanner shook her head and sighed. If you can go to the spirit tower, even if Big Brother Yi's absorption is very strong, he can still satisfy you. I already said, don't worry about it. Tianyin felt helpless. Hey, sister is back. At this time, a group of people gathered in front of her, attracting her attention. Tianyin looked up. There is indeed a group of people there, very respectfully greeting the people in front of him. He can vaguely hear the words, "Welcome, Saint." Obviously, Yi Qingxian is back. This made Yi Wanner surprised. Sure enough, after a moment, the crowd in front of him slightly separated. A familiar face appeared in front of Tianyin, Yi Qingxian. Yi Qingxian is still the same. There is no change, but her face is a little pale. It looks a lot worse than before. Back then, his condition was already bad enough. And now, his complexion looked even worse than before. However, his cultivation base was much stronger than before. His complexion was very bad, probably because he had just experienced something that caused him to expend too much energy. Sister. Yi Wanner waved her hand excitedly and ran over. Soon, she was in front of Yi Qingxian. Sister, how come you have time to come back this time? Yi Qingxian reached out and pinched her face. Anger surged in her beautiful eyes as she scolded. I heard that you were discovered by that traitor, Li Hao, outside. If it wasn't for someone saving you, you would have been captured. As I said before, you still need to improve your cultivation before you can go out alone. What if you get captured? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sister, I want to help the clan. At the time we were so short of jade stones, so I ran out. Am I not fine now? Yi Wanner waved her hand. She wanted to slap Yi Qingxuan's hand away, but she didn't dare. Just saying that you are fine is enough? Yi Qingxian snorted coldly and let go of her hand. She looked at Tianyin and her eyes became soft. You are the benefactor who saved Wanner. I am really grateful to you. If it wasn't for you, Wanner would have been captured by the Netherworld Empire. When she said that, she looked up and down at Tianyin, but she didn't see anything special about him. Now, Tianyin's body had changed a lot, so it was impossible to judge him from his body shape. It's not a big deal. Yi Qingxuan's familiar voice came into his ears again. It reminded him of the scene when Yi Qingxian gave him the most precious gift, including those memories. Yi Qingxian didn't have much familiarity with him, but she still saved him. Yi Qingxian and Yi Qingxian seemed to be carved from the same mold. They would always repay those who helped them. This is not a small matter, it's a big matter for me, Yi Qingxian said with a serious expression. She knew that her sister was very important to her. I don't know your name. I am the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Race. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. As long as it's not too much, I can satisfy you. Long time no see. When Tianyin was about to say something, a few Spirit Race people rushed over and interrupted their conversation. Saintess, we've been recognized and we can't buy any pills. Most of the medicine shops have refused to provide us with pills. The Spirit Tribe member said with a worried expression, We don't have enough pills and our injured clansmen don't have enough to treat their injuries. It was ironic that the Spirit Race was very talented in divine runes, but they were only average in alchemy. Most of them relied on buying pills, and only a few of them could refine pills themselves. Their talents were fixed here. If they were to discard their talents and focus on alchemy, it would obviously not be worth it. Now, because of the pressure from the Netherworld Empire, they had to be very careful when purchasing things. They don't want to sell pills to us. Well, I can understand their thoughts. Under the pressure from the Netherworld Empire, who would dare to continue selling pills to us. Yi Qingxian sighed and said, "Let's continue to send people to buy more pills. Do you want to accept the Save the Spirit Race quest?" A notification popped up and Yi Tianyan was stunned. There was no reward shown, and there was no details of the quest. Accept. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Tianyan accepted the task. Successfully accepted the Save the Spirit Race quest. Ultimate reward. Become the king of the spirit race. Officially start Quest 1. Fill the spirit race's pill shortage. Reward 5,000,000 EXP 5,000 Crazy Point 5,000 Alchemy Mastery and 50 Spirit Race Favorability. What? Become the king of the spirit race? Yi Tianyan was stunned. If he didn't understand it wrong, it meant that he would become the leader of the spirit race. How could a human become the king of the spirit race? Was there some kind of mistake? But since the system said so, there shouldn't be any problem. Interesting, if I can conquer the spirit race, my heavenly jade sect. Several ideas popped up in Yi Tianyan's mind. One of them was that heavenly jade sect could easily become a grade 3 faction or even a grade 4 faction. Even the spirit race belongs to him. What else is there to worry about? This is equivalent to having a powerful divine rune gate. Chapter 289. After Yi Tianyan accepted the task, he suddenly raised his head and said, "Alchemy? I can help you refine it." Originally, he wanted to meet Yi Qingxian, but he didn't expect such a situation to occur. He temporarily put this matter aside. Since he met Yi Qingxian, he definitely had to meet her, but now was not the right time. He would wait until the matter was over. "You can refine elixirs?" The others raised their heads, their eyes filled with shock. Yi Qingxian and the others looked at Yi Tianyan in surprise. Who would have thought that he could also refine elixirs? "You can refine elixirs?" Yi Qingxian thought for a moment and said, "We need to refine a batch of elixirs of high quality. The lowest grade must be 3rd grade and some even 4th grade. Can you do this?" "As long as there are materials, it won't be a problem," Yi Tianyan said without thinking. He was now an advanced alchemist and had been promoted long ago. At most, he could successfully refine 5th grade elixirs. The success rate of 5th grade elixirs was relatively low, but if he tried a few more times or activated the lucky aura, the success rate would definitely not be small. "All right, I will ask you to refine a batch of elixirs as soon as possible." "It's very urgent," Yi Qingxian said without thinking. "Lady Saint, is it really good to let an unknown person do alchemy?" An elder next to her couldn't help but stand up and remind her. The elder's words were not without reason. They were worried that someone would sneak in and mix other medicinal effects into the elixirs. If they ate it, they would be finished. "Then do you have any other solution?" Yi Qingxian looked at the elder and asked lightly. "This no." The elder smiled awkwardly. They really had no other way. So many medicine stores had rejected them. It was already good enough that they were not arrested, not to mention the other elixirs. "No, that's fine." Yi Qingxian didn't waste any time. She turned to look at Yi Tianyan and said, "Then I'll leave it to you. We will prepare the materials." "Saintess," Yi Tianyan said, "since all the elders are questioning my words, it's very simple. You can watch me concoct pills as you please, and I'll even try one of the pills you concoct. What do you think?" Yi Tianyan knew that they were still a bit worried. Now, everyone was in a state of panic. Not to mention the outsiders, even the inner clansmen had spies. How could they not be worried? If he were a member of the astral race, he would be on his guard as well. The reason why Yi Qingxian could be so decisive was not because she wasn't wary, but because her clansmen were seriously injured and would die if they didn't have elixirs to treat them. And she would control the risk within a certain range, so there wouldn't be any problems. This, Yi Tianyun's words stunned everyone. Yi Qingshuan's beautiful eyes brightened. His words had definitely dispelled many people's wariness. When they practiced divine inscriptions, they also practiced alchemy. Only in the later stages would they practice alchemy, so it was unlikely that their alchemy level would be high. However, it was better than nothing. Being able to refine some pills was already good enough. Saintess. When they saw Yi Qingxian, they respectfully greeted her. It seemed that Yi Qingshuan's prestige was really great, and she had established enough prestige here. Well, you've all worked hard. Yi Qingxian nodded to them and immediately said, "This is the helper I invited. Later, when we refine pills together, you can empty an alchemy furnace for him to refine pills." Invited helper? They looked at Yi Tianyan and they all frowned. They really didn't have a good impression of an outsider. What level of pills can he refine? Is the level good? Yes, if the level is too low or the speed is too slow, it's better for us to refine it. They all voiced their doubts, and they really didn't believe that the young man in front of them was not only young, but also an outsider. He can refine fourth-level pills. Yi Qingxian simply said. He can refine fourth-level pills? They were all stunned. Such a young fourth-level alchemist. All right, then I'll let him refine pills. I hope that he can really refine fourth-level pills and not a batch of useless pills. One of the deacons could only unwillingly stand up and prepare to give up an alchemy furnace for Yi Tianyan to refine pills. In the entire alchemy room, there were only 3 alchemy furnaces. Now that they were all occupied, there was naturally a need for one to be empty. No need, you can continue to refine pills. I have my own alchemy furnace. Yi Tianyan took out the purple fire divine furnace. This was enough. It's good that you have an alchemy furnace. But what about the alchemy fire? We have the pure flame heart flame here, which is much more outstanding than ordinary flames. Yi Qingxian asked. It was not without reason that the 3 alchemy furnaces were built here. With an unending stream of flames, they could refine higher-grade pills. Xiong, the inextinguishable flame rose up, and a flame that was countless times stronger than the flame of the alchemy furnace appeared, giving them a fright. Chapter 290. As soon as the immortal flame appeared, it immediately made everyone dumbfounded. They were all deeply shocked. Generally, even alchemists rarely had such a strong alchemy fire. Some of them were even weaker than the flames that were drawn from the ground. But now Yi Tianyan's flame was enough to shatter their thoughts. How did he subdue such a strong flame at such a young age? What kind of background does he have? Otherwise, how could he have such a strong flame? Yes, very good. Yi Qingshuan's beautiful eyes flashed. Not only does he have an alchemy furnace, but he also has such a strong flame. This is enough to prove that Yi Tianyun's alchemy level is definitely not low. What kind of pill do you need me to refine now? Just tell me. Yi Tianyan said. Now our people are seriously injured. The main thing we lack is the 4th-level pill, life continuing spirit pill. There should be no problem, right? If there is no pill recipe, we still have it here. Yi Qingxian asked. 4th-level pill, life continuing spirit pill, right? No problem. I still have the pill recipe. Yi Tianyan nodded and said, Prepare the materials for me. The more the better. When he made a breakthrough in his alchemy proficiency, he would be provided with some important pill recipes. The life continuing spirit pill recipe was a mainstream pill recipe, so he still had it. If it was a rare pill recipe, he wouldn't have it. For example, he doesn't have the spirit congealing pill recipe. If he had it, he would have already refined it. At that time, the strength of the heavenly jade sect would definitely increase by a lot. All right, I'll prepare it for you immediately. Yi Qingshuan's face lit up and immediately ordered people to prepare the materials. Soon, a lot of spirit herbs were prepared and moved in piles. They have a lot of heavenly treasures in this forest, so they have a unique advantage. Even the divine rune paper used to inscribe divine runes could be seen everywhere. No wonder the Netherworld Empire had such a strong desire to possess this place. How could they not want to own such a rich place? After Tianyin selected the materials, he threw them into the purple fire divine furnace. Although the purple fire divine furnace looked very small, there was a special space inside that could hold a lot of materials to refine. After throwing it in, the immortal flame was immediately ignited completely, burning fiercely with the largest flame, causing the materials inside to immediately begin to melt, at the same time quenching all the impurities. They had only just begun, but they were already using fire to attack. This caused them to frown. Wasn't this courting death? This method was very easy to fail. Did he really know how to refine pills? What is going on? Is he really concocting pills? I feel like we're going to fail. To claim that he is a grade 4 apothecary, he must be exaggerating. It's a pity that such a good alchemy fire is wasted. If it were me, I would definitely be able to refine a higher grade of elixir. They all shook their heads. They had been looking forward to it at first. But now they realized that a rash young man had come. He probably wanted to show off. However, this was equivalent to wasting a batch of materials. These were all 4th grade materials. Many of the elders frowned and could not help but ask from the side, "What is going on? Won't this kind of pill spoil?" Even Yi Qingxian frowned, but she did not say anything. On the other hand, Yuaner clenched her fists tightly. Tianyin was someone she had brought back. If she could not help the clan, she would blame herself even more. However, this process did not last long. Tianyin shook the purple fire divine furnace in his hand, and a batch of pills quickly flew out and landed into the jade bottle in his hand. "It's done." Tianyin passed the jade bottle to Yi Qingxian and said, "This is the first batch of pills. Prepare to refine the second batch." "What? It's done?" They were all dumbfounded. Yi Qingxian received it in disbelief and poured out the pill from the jade bottle. A dense fragrance immediately surged up, and when he smelled it, he felt as if all the meridians in his body had been opened up. It was extremely comfortable. Without a doubt, this was an absolutely genuine, life-prolonging spirit pill, and it was a rather high-grade, life-prolonging spirit pill. This pill is at least a 3rd grade, life-prolonging spirit pill. Yi Qingxian did not know how to refine pills, but she could still tell the grade of the pill. What? In such a short period of time he refined it, and it's the 3rd refinement. Everyone was dumbfounded and completely shocked. They thought that it was a useless pill, but who would have thought that it was a 3rd grade pill? Pills were divided into a total of 9 refinements, and the higher the level, the stronger the effect. Basically, the 9th refinement was equivalent to refining to the extreme, and the medicinal effect was dozens of times stronger than the 1st refinement. However, correspondingly, the difficulty was even greater, and it was basically in the realm of legends. Very few people could refine a pill at the 9th refinement level. At most, it was common to see one at the 1st to 3rd refinement level, and it was rare to see one at the 4th refinement level. However, the 3rd refinement level was already very good, especially in such a short period of time. To them, it was simply beyond their imagination. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Tianyin smiled indifferently. He was using the crazy alchemy mode, which increased the speed of refining by 8 times and shortened the time rapidly. He knew that the situation was rather urgent, and the sooner he could refine the pill, the better. If the spirit tribe people died, he did not know if the mission would fail. After saying that, he took out a pill from Yi Qingxuan's hand and stuffed it into his mouth. Ding! Successfully consumed a life-prolonging spirit pill, replenishing 10,000 life force. This pill could replenish his life force, but his life force would not be depleted, so this thing was temporarily meaningless to him. With such a strong defense, who could hurt him? Tianyun's action stunned them. Only then did they remember what Tianyin had said before. As long as he refined the pill, he would first try one, and let them see if it was poisonous. Those words sounded a little harsh now. Not only did Yi Tianyin refine the pill in front of them, without adding anything else, but his speed was also quite shocking. Now, he even took the pill, which made them feel very embarrassed. These pills, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Yi Tianyin said with a faint smile. No problem, the quality is very good. Yi Qingxian handed the pill to the elder next to her and said, Hurry up and give it to the injured people to take. It will be too late. Yes, they hurriedly nodded, quickly took the pill, and left the place to treat their people. Brother Yi, you are too amazing. You really know alchemy. Yi Weiner excitedly grabbed Yi Tianyin's arm. Her face flushed red. This meant that she had worked. Chapter 291. Yi Weiner was so excited that she forgot that men and women should not touch each other. She kept grabbing Yi Tianyin's arm as if she was the one who successfully refined the pill. In fact, the most important thing was that she felt that she could help, so she was so excited. Ahem, Weiner, you still don't let go? Yi Weiner whispered. Ah. Yi Weiner hurriedly let go of her hand, and her pretty face became red. She felt very embarrassed. I'm sorry, big brother Yi, I lost my composure. It's okay. Yi Tianyin smiled and didn't feel anything. He could feel the excitement in Yi Weiner's heart. Young master, I was suspicious of you just now. I apologize here. Please forgive us for our rudeness. Yi Qingxian sincerely apologized. I know what you're thinking. I will be more cautious. After all, the situation of spirit race is not optimistic. Yi Tianyin waved his hand and said, Let's not talk about this for now. If there is anything else you need, just tell me. If there is nothing else, I will continue to refine a batch of 4th level pill. No problem. I'll leave it to you then. Yi Qingxian nodded gratefully and said, Now the main thing is to refine the 4th level pill. The rest is not needed for the time being. We are currently lacking the 4th level pill. Okay, I will continue to refine the 4th level pill. The speed will be a little slower, so the quality will be more stable. If you need to speed up, remember to tell me. As long as it is not an emergency, Yi Tianyin will not use crazy mode. After all, it consumes crazy point. It is not cost-effective. Yes, the first batch of pills can already alleviate a lot. The rest don't need to be so urgent. Yi Qingxian said, I have something to do first. If there is anything, just tell Weiner. After saying that, she left. Obviously, there are still a lot of things to do. She took time out of her busy schedule to see her sister's situation, and then quickly got busy. Yi Tianyin looked at Yi Qingxuan's back and wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say it. He had wanted to reunite with her, but it seemed like he could only postpone it. He did not want to reunite with Yi Qingxian while exposing himself, because he didn't know the astral's current situation. He wanted to keep his identity a secret. Immediately, he began to concoct a level 4 Dan. Yi Weiner watched from the side, not daring to speak at all, for fear of disturbing him. The other alchemists were the same. Even if they were concocting pills, they couldn't help but look over. Just now, the speed of concocting pills was too fast, so they couldn't help but take a few more glances, wanting to steal a few more glances. Of course, this wasn't something that could be learned secretly. If he wasn't in crazy mode, he wouldn't have been able to refine so quickly. If there's anything you want to say, just say it, Yi Tianyin said while refining the pills. Can I? In that case, won't I disturb you? Yi Weiner said. If I still fail like this, then my level is too low. Yi Tianyin smiled. This was not difficult for him at all. If he failed to speak, then his level was too low. Well, Brother Yi, I found that you are really amazing. You can also concoct pills. Your cultivation is so high and you look so young. Yi Weiner said curiously. You bought so many jade spirit stones. Do you also know how to inscribe divine runes? The deacons next to them all pricked up their ears. This young man also knows how to inscribe divine runes? I know a little. Yi Tianyin smiled lightly. A little? Yi Wanner said proudly. That's definitely not as good as you in alchemy, and definitely not as good as the spirit race. I have reached the level of a level 5 divine rune master. I should say, I have reached the level of a level 5 divine rune master. If Brother E wants any divine rune, I can help you inscribe it. As long as it is below the level of a level 5 divine rune, I can successfully inscribe it. Yi Tianyan smiled. Okay, if I need anything, I will definitely look for you. He was just joking. He had reached the level of a divine rune master. Although he could not compare to a top divine rune master, at least he had entered the level of a divine rune master. After that, there was nothing else to talk about. Yi Wanner just quietly watched him concoct pills. This was the only thing she could do now, and she couldn't walk around the spirit tower as she pleased, so she could only stay here. Yi Tianyan continued to concoct pills, refining batch after batch. In one breath, he had refined several batches of life-continuing spirit pills, spending a lot of time. The other deacons of the spirit race had already rested, but he was still concocting pills. His endurance could not be said to be not strong. This made the deacons of the spirit race look at each other, not knowing what to say. After a short rest, they immediately continued to concoct pills. They were all influenced by Yi Tianyan. An outsider was already working so hard. What reason did they have not to work hard? After a while, Yi Qingxian suddenly came in and hurriedly said, "Do you have any more life-continuing spirit pills? We are in short supply now. Sister, you are here." Yi Wanner came over with 5 or 6 bottles of life-continuing spirit pills and said, "These are all life-continuing spirit pills. Big brother, he has refined a lot." When Yi Qingxian saw the pile of pills, she was stunned. She did not expect that in such a short time he has successfully refined so many pills, but she did not say too much. She took the bottles and thanked Yi Tianyan. "This is enough for the time being. You can rest now. Thank you very much. After this matter is over, Spirit Race will regard you as an eternal friend and reward you handsomely." Successfully completed Save the Spirit Race Quest 1. Fill the Spirit Race's medicinal pill shortage, gaining 5,000,000 EXP 5,000 Crazy Point 5,000 Alchemy Mastery 50 Spirit Race Favorability. Successfully completed Save Spirit Race Quest 2. Help Spirit Race repair Divine Rune. Reward 10 million EXP 10,000 Crazy Point 10,000 Divine Rune Mastery 50 Spirit Race Favorability. When Yi Tianyan was stunned, Yi Qingxian turned to Yi Wanner and said, "Wanner, come with me. We are in need of a 5th grade Divine Rune Master. We need to repair the Divine Rune Formation." "Okay, no problem." Yi Wanner nodded heavily and was ready to leave. "Saintess, I wonder if I can come with you?" Yi Tianyan said as he stood up. He has a task now, although it is not a problem to complete it, but if he completes it, he will get a lot of EXP. How can he miss this opportunity? Yi Qingxian hesitated, but still nodded and said, "Yes, then please come with us, young master." Chapter 292. After agreeing, Yi Qingxian brought him to the top of the Spirit Pagoda. As they walked up the winding staircase, they could see the flickering divine runes around them. He could feel the rapid loss of energy. "I wonder if you can tell me what exactly happened?" Yi Tianyan frowned and asked, "Could it be that the Netherworld Empire is attacking us?" "Yes, the Netherworld Empire is attacking. They have already broken into our formation and are destroying it. In order to resist them, we have to use all of our power to open the tower," Yi Qingxian explained. "Due to the activation of the divine runes at full power, the rate at which the runes are being consumed is increasing. Many of them have been damaged." "Don't the Spirit Race have a lot of divine rune masters? Why can't they repair the runes?" Yi Tianyan asked. The Spirit Race had very high attainments in divine runes. They had several divine rune masters, and even some grandmasters. There were also a lot of 5th grade divine rune masters. However, it was rare for someone like Yi Wan-er to be a 5th grade divine rune master at such a young age. Yi Wan-er's talent was amazing. Even the elder sister could become the holy maiden. As the younger sister, how could she be any worse? Yi Qingxian sighed. Yi Wan-er's eyes were filled with sadness. It was obvious that Yi Qingxian had touched her sore spot. When the spirit race rebelled, many divine rune masters were captured. Now, there is only one divine rune master left. Even the top 5th grade divine rune masters are few. Most of them are around the 4th grade divine rune masters. Yi Qingxian did not hide anything. Yi Tianyun's actions had gained their trust. Moreover, it was not a secret. Although not many people in the outside world knew about it, at least the big forces knew about it. Now, the spirit race was an empty shell. Most of the divine rune masters had been captured. There were also some who betrayed the spirit race. There were very few divine rune masters left. So that's how it is. Yi Tianyan roughly knew what was going on. No wonder Yi Wan-er was asked to help. There was a lack of manpower. Under normal circumstances, if there were divine rune masters, they would not need their help. If he wasn't good enough, the more he helped, the more trouble he would cause. Soon, they arrived at the top floor of the pagoda. As soon as they stepped in, Yi Tianyan saw that the surroundings were filled with large pieces of jade spirit stones. Some of them were almost empty. The jade spirit stone looked quite transparent, and it was obvious that it was about to be exhausted. Other than this, there were also many divine inscriptionists busily repairing divine inscriptions. Their grades weren't low. They were all 5th grade divine inscriptionists. Among them, there was a divine inscriptionist grandmaster who was repairing her divine inscriptions. Her speed was clearly a level higher compared to the others, and she was also a female cultivator. Elder Yan, what's the situation now? Yi Qingxian walked over and asked. The situation doesn't look too good. Many of the divine inscriptions are about to be damaged. Once they're damaged, the divine inscriptions we've set up in the forest will disappear. Elder Yen furrowed his brows as a cold light flickered in his eyes. To be able to destroy our divine inscriptions so quickly, I'm afraid that Lei Yun and the others must be the ones leading their troops in. If this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for too long. Lei Yun! Yi Qingxuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. The one who imprisoned her was none other than Lei Yun. If it weren't for her coming back to see through the ruse, the spirit race would have already fallen. However, by the time she came back, it was already too late. Many of the elders had already been captured, and the ones at the top were all gone. Only those with lower cultivation bases were left. Thinking back to when elder sister was betrothed to Lei Yun by the elders, I feel disgusted just thinking about it. Luckily, elder sister didn't marry Lei Yun. Yi Wan said angrily, "Let's not talk about him. We need to quickly repair the array to prevent them from destroying it." Yi Qingxuan's eyes flashed with disgust, and she didn't want to talk about him anymore. This is the friend who helped us concoct the pills? Elder Yan's gaze shifted to Yi Tianyan. "Greetings, Elder Yan." Yi Tianyan smiled. "Young Master Yi, we are preparing to repair the array. You can watch from the side," Yi Qingxian said. She didn't know Yi Tianyun's real name, but Yuan had always called him Big Brother Yi, so she addressed him as Young Master Yi. Can I help to repair the array?" Yi Tianyan asked. "Repair the array?" They were stunned. Yi Qingxian immediately asked, "You also know divine inscriptions? I wonder how high the grade is. If the grade is lower than the 5th grade, you won't be able to repair the divine inscriptions here. In terms of grade, it is indeed at the level of a 5th grade divine inscriptionist." Yi Tianyan said after thinking for a while, "Big Brother Yi, you are really a 5th grade divine inscriptionist?" Yi Wan-er's beautiful eyes widened. If it was true, she had previously bragged in front of Yi Tianyan that her divine inscriptions were very powerful. The most important thing was that Yi Tianyan not only knew how to concoct pills, but he was also a 5th-grade divine inscriptionist. If that was true, how did he cultivate? I wonder if I can help? Yi Tianyan smiled faintly. If that's the case, let's give it a try. Yi Qingxian thought for a while and decided to let Yi Tianyan give it a try. They were currently short of manpower. If Yi Tianyan could help, that would be the best. If that's the case, then go and try to repair the 5th-grade divine inscriptions. Elder Yin did not object. Right now they were all anxious. As long as he was not an enemy, it would be best if he could help. No problem, I'll go and try. Yi Tianyan walked over and stood in front of the 5th-grade divine inscriptions. The 5th-grade divine inscriptions had already been damaged by more than half, and the marks had become a lot fainter. If this continued, the marks would completely disappear and the effects would naturally disappear. When he arrived, he took out the Imperial Spirit Pen. This was a soul-grade divine inscription pen. As soon as he took it out, their eyes lit up. Even the tools were available. It seemed like it was very reliable. Immediately after, Yi Tianyan began to repair the divine inscriptions. He did not need the Heaven's Eye at all, nor did he dare to use it. He did not know if Yi Qingxian had told anyone that she had given her innate talent to him. Therefore, whether it was the Heaven's Eye or his identity, he could not reveal it, not even to the elders. Very quickly, he held the Imperial Spirit Pen in his hand and began to repair the divine inscriptions. His speed was relatively fast, and in the blink of an eye he had repaired a portion of the divine inscriptions. Although it was not completely repaired, it was enough to prove that Yi Tianyan's standard was definitely at the level of a 5th-grade divine inscriptionist. When this scene fell into their eyes, they were deeply shocked. Chapter 293. Although they didn't think that Yi Tianyan was joking, but when they saw Yi Tianyan's proficiency in repairing the runes of a 5th-grade rune master, they were all deeply shocked. Cultivators with powerful dual professions were too rare. If he really was a dual profession cultivator who had cultivated to an extremely high level, he would definitely not be young. The Yi Tianyan in front of them looked at most 26 or 27 years old, but he had already cultivated to a high level of dual professions. It was simply incredible. If they knew Yi Tianyan's age, he is only 17 or 18 years old, what would they think? The super powerful system gave him unlimited possibilities. Otherwise, if he climbed step by step, even if he was talented, it would take a long time to cultivate to this level. Ding successfully repaired a 5th-grade rune, gained 500,000 experience points. Rune proficiency increased by 500. It's repaired. Yi Tianyan let out a deep breath. It wasn't difficult to repair this 5th-grade rune. It was relatively easy. They looked down at the rune on the ground and found that it was indeed repaired quite perfectly. Even if it was Elder Yin who repaired it, it would probably only be at this level. You're really a 5th-grade rune master. Yi Wan-er covered her mouth in shock. Yi Tianyan was really a 5th-grade rune master. When did I lie? Yi Tianyan shrugged, feeling a little helpless. Very good. With you as a helper, our situation will definitely be different. Yi Qingxian nodded and said, Then let's start repairing the runes now, and repair all the damaged runes here. Following that, they all immersed themselves in repairing the runes. There were many damaged runes here, and there were still many that needed to be repaired. Yi Qingxian and the others didn't look too good, mainly because they had been repairing these runes all this time, which caused serious mental exhaustion. As the runes were repaired one by one, everything progressed relatively smoothly. Just when they thought that everything was so smooth, suddenly, the rune in the middle of the pagoda made a hum sound and began to tremble violently, vaguely feeling that it was about to collapse. This immediately attracted the attention of everyone. Yi Tianyan discovered that this divine imprint seemed to have suffered some kind of impact, as though it was about to collapse at any moment. The divine inscriptions on the eastern side of the forest are beginning to suffer a severe impact. Someone must have used some kind of method to cause the divine inscriptions to suffer such a great impact. Elder Yan's face was solemn. If this continues, the eastern side of the forest will be completely lost. If the eastern forest falls, they will attack. Yi Qingxuan's face darkened, causing their hearts to sink. Let me repair it. If I can hold on for a while, I will. Elder Yan's hands shone brightly as he prepared to repair this huge divine inscription. If they wanted to repair this divine inscription, it would be impossible without Elder Yan's help. From the looks of it, the difficulty of repairing this divine inscription was definitely at the Grand Master grade. However, Elder Yan had only just begun to repair it, and before he could do much, his face grew paler and paler, and he broke out in a cold sweat. In the end, his body swayed, and he nearly collapsed. Yi Wan, who was beside him, hurriedly helped her and worriedly asked, "Elder Yan, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. I can still repair it." Elder Yan straightened his body, but the situation still looked very bad. She had been repairing here for too long without any time to rest. Even if she was made of iron, she would still collapse. "Elder Yan, leave this to me. Go and rest." Yi Qingxian stood up, her eyes filled with determination. "Saintess, you repair it." Elder Yan looked at her and immediately nodded. "Although I can use the Heaven's Eye to repair it, the consumption is a little too much. You have to be careful." Elder Yan did not refuse to let Yi Qingxian repair it. She really could not hold on any longer, so she could only choose to give up. "Elder Yan, let me help you to rest." Yi Wan supported Elder Yan to the side to rest. The other spirit race attendants also walked over to check on Elder Yan's situation. However, their expressions were also not very good. None of them were in the best condition. Yi Qingxian did not hesitate. She stood in front of the huge divine rune. After taking a deep breath, her eyes flashed, and the talent of the heavens I was instantly activated. Following that, her control had improved a lot, and then she began to repair the divine rune. However, the speed of the repair was relatively slow. Her true level was at the late stage of the 5th grade divine rune, and she could be considered to be half a step into the level of a divine rune master. The criteria to become a saintess was very simple. That was to have astonishing talent and leadership skills. Therefore, Yi Qingxuan's talent was not bad. It would not take too long for her to enter the level of a divine rune master. However, she was not a divine rune master at the moment. Relying on her powerful talent, she temporarily raised the level of a divine rune master so that she could repair it. Otherwise, Elder Yan would not have let her repair it. If she did not have the ability to repair it, it would only make things worse. "Quickly repair it, quickly repair it." Yi Qingxian repaired it bit by bit. The speed was not fast, but at least it was little by little. However, with every repair, her face became a little paler. If this continued, she would definitely not be able to persist. She did not have much rest in the first place. How could she continue to repair it for so long? And Yi Qingxuan's body swayed, and the scene in front of her swayed. Her body actually fell to the side, but a warm and broad hand had already supported her. "Are you all right?" Yi Tianyan asked as he supported her. "I'm fine. Thank you, young master, Yi." Yi Qingxian wanted to leave his support, but this warm hand was already tightly grasping her arm, making it impossible for her to break free. "Let me repair this." Yi Tianyan looked at her and smiled. Just as Yi Qingxian was about to say something, he had already taken off his mask, revealing his true appearance. In just an instant, Yi Qingxian had already seen it clearly. She was completely stunned, but very quickly Yi Tianyan put the mask back on. "I said that I would help you, and you also said that if you are alive, you will marry me. This. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She definitely couldn't recognize this figure, but she could definitely recognize this appearance. This was the youth who had saved her a long time ago. You, this. She was so shocked that she could not speak. This figure was definitely not recognizable, but this appearance was definitely the youth who saved her a long time ago. There's no need for you. Let me repair it. This divine rune grand array is not difficult for me. Chapter 294. Yi Tianyin took over Yi Qingshuan's position. This action attracted the attention of many spirit clan members, and they were all very surprised. Could it be that Yi Tianyin could repair this master-level divine rune? Just as they were about to ask, Yi Tianyin had already begun to repair it. His speed was even faster than Yi Qingshuan's, especially because he was more energetic, so the repair was continuous, and there was no need to worry about it breaking. What is this situation, big brother? Yi can repair this master-level divine rune. Yi Wan'er felt that she was about to faint. The impact was too great to be able to repair a master-level divine rune. Although it did not mean that he was definitely at the level of a divine rune master, it definitely meant that he was extremely close to it, or had already entered the beginner level. This time the original high-level dual professions had once again increased by a large margin. Not only was he a divine rune master, but he was also a 4th-grade alchemist. How did he cultivate? Elder Yen was dumbfounded. He originally wanted to recover, but now that he saw Yi Tianyin's situation, he was dumbfounded and forgot what he was supposed to do. Yi Tianyin did not pay attention to their gazes, but continued to repair the divine rune. The difficulty of repairing a divine rune was not just a little bit higher than a 5th-grade divine rune, but several times or even more than 10 times harder. There was a difficulty in repairing, but it was still acceptable. At least it was not inscribing a divine rune that was more difficult. The key was that he could not use his innate talent, lest he expose his heaven's eye. However, he had already exposed his identity to Yi Qingshuan, and while there was no one around, he took the opportunity to say it. A simple sentence was enough for him. Isn't the level of your divine rune too high, and you also know alchemy? Yi Qingshuan's tone suddenly changed a lot, as if she had become an old friend, and asked softly beside him. Yi Tianyin could see that Yi Qingshuan's favorable impression of him had suddenly soared to the level of more than 200. Originally, their favorable impression was not low, but because he did not show his true face, his favorable impression of him had always fluctuated around 100, and he could be considered as a friend. However, after his identity was exposed, the situation was completely different. In addition to the previous stacking, his favorability points shot up to 300. If I could use the third eye, the effect would be even more amazing, Yi Tianyin said with a faint smile. I don't think you told anyone about this, did you? How would I dare to say it? If I say it, my position as the saintess will be in trouble. Of course, there's no harm in saying it now. I'm just worried that your problem will be exposed. Yi Qingshuan smiled faintly and said, If you can't hold on, then use the heavenly eye. I can still handle the situation. Yi Qingshuan's words were within Yi Tianyin's expectations. If Yi Tianyin knew that her innate gift was given to an outsider, Yi Tianyin would definitely be in trouble. Therefore, this must be kept a secret. How could such a small problem trouble me? When I saved you, you said that you couldn't break it, but didn't I still break it? Yi Tianyin smiled, and his hands did not stop. He continued to repair the divine inscription. You really have a lot of ideas. When I heard that the benefactor my sister brought was surnamed Yi, I thought of you at that time. But after seeing you, I found that it was not you at all. Now it seems that I was wrong. You don't even show your true face. Yi Qingshuan glared at him and snorted. You still hid it from me. Did you deliberately watch me make a fool of myself? I don't have time to tell you. My identity is a bit special now. If it is exposed, I'm afraid it will be a fatal disaster. Yi Tianyin said helplessly. They were all talking through sound transmission, so the others could not hear what they were talking about. Special identity? Yi Qingshuan was a little confused, but she did not ask further. Instead, she rolled her eyes at him and said, "No matter what, you hid it from me." "Big sister, I didn't do it on purpose. Besides, didn't I come to help you? Your elder almost didn't let me in. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to meet you." Tianyin said helplessly, "Speaking of which, you said before that if you were still alive, you would marry me." While he was repairing the sacred sigil, he did not forget to tease her a little. Yi Qingshuan's face instantly turned red. She immediately snorted and said, "You wish? As the holy lady, how can I marry someone? If you can become the king of the spirit tribe, I can consider it." Tianyin looked at her blushing face. He didn't expect that the saintess would be so shy like this. "No matter what, at least I am qualified to help you." Tianyin smiled. "Yes, I really can't imagine it. Time has passed so quickly." Yi Qingxian thought back to the young and inexperienced youth. She did not expect that in less than a year he had already reached this level. She could not even react. Initially, she thought that Tianyin would need at least a few years to be able to help her. She did not expect that in less than a year he could already help her. He was simply a monster. Soon, with Tianyun's help, the master sacred sigil was repaired. When the last stroke was finished, the entire sacred sigil hummed and released a dazzling light, proving that the sacred sigil had been completely repaired. After the sacred sigil was repaired, the entire pagoda released a faint light, and it was more stable than before. However, this was only a part of it. Tianyin quickly went to repair the other sacred sigil. His repair speed was quite shocking. It was as if he did not know fatigue as he began to repair the other sacred sigil. His experience also soared, because the sacred sigil here were all high-grade sacred sigil. Repairing it gave him a lot of experience. Most importantly, the experience would increase according to his level. It would not be too low. "It's repaired." After Tianyin stopped, he took a deep breath, his forehead was full of sweat, and at the same time, the sound of the system rang in his ears. Ding! Successfully repaired a 5th grade divine imprint. Reward: 300,000 experience points, 500 divine imprint proficiency points. Successfully completed quest Save Spirit Race. Quest 2 Help Spirit Race Repair Divine Rune. Reward 10 million EXP 10. 000 Crazy Point 10. 000 Divine Rune Mastery. 50 Spirit Race Favorability. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyin for successfully breaking through to level 3 of Core Transformation Stage. A series of notifications popped up in front of him, which allowed him to successfully break through to the 3rd level of Core Transformation Stage. The reason why Xiao Chen could break through so quickly was because he had killed the 2 ancestors of the Divine Inscription Manor and gained a lot of experience. Now that he had repaired a few formations, he could break through. Successfully accepted Save the Spirit Race Quest 3, Repel the Netherworld Empire's Invaders. Reward: 30 million EXP 10. 000 CPS 5. 000 SBS. 50 Spirit Race Favorability. Chapter 295. Yes, this is the effect I want. Tianyin is very satisfied with this chain quest. The more quests the better, and the rewards are good. Although there is no item reward, what is better than a lot of EXP? Great. All the divine runes are repaired. Yi Qingshuan's face showed a bit of relief. After the divine runes are repaired, there is no problem for the time being. She immediately said to Tianyin, "Thank you for your hard work. Take a rest, and leave the rest to us." "No, this is just a matter of time. If we don't eliminate the intruders, we will have to repair the divine runes soon. If we continue like this, we won't be able to hold on for long." Tianyin shook his head. Plus the system reminded him to do a quest. There is no point for him to do anything. They were startled, and their face was a bit strange, but they immediately sighed. "In fact, we have been resisting for a long time, so we can't leave for the time being, so the situation is not optimistic." Yi Qingxian shook her head and said, "Even if we go, we won't be able to resist. This time they have a lot of experts." They don't have many experts left here. There are only 1 or 2 core transformation stage experts left, and there are a lot of spirit core stage experts, but they are also injured. As for the void spirit stage experts, they have already been captured. Void spirit stage expert is very strong, but it doesn't mean that they are invincible. As long as they are ambushed, they can still be controlled. How many experts do they have? Do you know the details? Yi Tianyun frowned and asked. With Lei Yin leading the team, there are a few elders and a few deacons. There are a total of 5 core transformation stage experts, and there are at least a dozen spirit core stage experts. And this is not including the Netherworld Empire's experts. If we didn't have the protection of the divine rune array left by the old ancestor, we would have fallen long ago. Yi Qingshuan's silver eyes flashed with anger, obviously because of the traitors. Oh, 5 core transformation stage cultivators. But none of them are void spirit stage cultivators? Yi Tianyan thought. That shouldn't be the case. Void spirit stage cultivators are equivalent to general level cultivators. If Lei Yin wants to make a contribution, he won't send general level cultivators. Yi Qingxian shook her head. No void spirit stage cultivators? That's enough. Yi Tianyan said with a smile on his face. I will deal with them. You are going to deal with them? How are you going to do that? Yi Wan, who was next to him, was dumbfounded. She found it unbelievable. Do you even need to ask? I'll definitely use my fists. Don't tell me I'm going to use my mouth to scare them away. Yi Tianyan smiled indifferently. He turned his head and said to Yi Qingxian, Do you want to come along? Yi Qingxian smiled and said without hesitation, Then let's go together. Are you all crazy? There's so many enemies there. Big brother Yi is impulsive. But sister, why are you so impulsive? Yuan thought that they are all crazy. She thought that Yi Tianyan is crazy. But now even Yi Qingxian is so impulsive. Saintess, we can't do this. As long as we continue to drag on, they will definitely choose to retreat, and then we will think of another way. Elder Yen persuaded at the same time. Her cultivation is not low. She is at 2nd level core transformation stage. But if she goes on the battlefield, she won't be able to deal with Lei Yun and the others. As for escaping, it's very difficult for them to do so. Before they attacked, they could still sneak out, but now that they are here, it won't be so easy to escape. What other way can we do? Ask for help from other sects, or do you have other helpers? Yi Qingxian asked. That one sentence blocked all the words they wanted to say, leaving them speechless. We are not necessarily going to lose this battle. The divine rune great array is repaired, and it will definitely be more hidden than before, and it will be easier to sneak attack them. Yi Qingshuan's eyes were full of killing intent. Whether we can win or not, at least we can kill as many of them as we can. Before the divine rune great array was repaired, I thought about this problem, but it's not safe. The clansmen we sent out are the best example. They're easy to spot. But now it's different with the divine rune great array's protection. The effect will definitely be different. I think, young master, you should be thinking of this idea, to sneak attack them ruthlessly. Yi Qingxian fiercely analyzed the situation, and her words were reasonable, which made everyone agree with her. Thinking about it carefully, after the divine rune great array is repaired, it will indeed strengthen the divine rune great array, which is very beneficial for them. No, that's not my idea. My idea is very simple, to directly destroy them. Yi Tianyan didn't give her face and fiercely refuted. Yi Qingxian glared at him fiercely. He didn't give her face at all. Won't that be too reckless? Elder Yen frowned and said, No, there's not much time left, Saintess, let's go. Yi Tianyan didn't explain too much. It was better to show off later. Okay, let's go now. They're trapped in the forest now. It's the best time for us to attack. Yi Qingxian nodded, Elder Yen, stay here and watch the situation. We will go and drive them out. Elder sister, I want to help too. Yi Wan volunteered bravely. You stay here and watch the spirit pagoda. This is also a very important task. Yi Qingxian looked at her and said in a deep voice, if the divine rune great array is destroyed, you can imagine the consequences. Yes. Yi Wan paused for a moment, then solemnly agreed. After saying this, Yi Qingxian led Yi Tianyan away. It seems that you still don't want to let your sister face danger, Yi Tianyan said with a faint smile. Although it seemed that he had given her a heavy responsibility, there was no problem with the divine rune now, and there wouldn't be any problem for a while. Even if there was a problem, Elder Yen would be able to solve it. There was no need to use her. In the end, he wanted her to stay here. He didn't want anything to happen to her. People are selfish. She is my sister. I don't want to see anything happen to her. Never. Yi Qingshuan's silver eyes flashed with a cold light. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. I am here. Yi Tianyun's voice was full of magic, and she couldn't help but nod her head. And she didn't know why. But even though she knew that she was facing a powerful force like the Netherworld Empire, Yi Tianyun's words made her feel very calm. Perhaps she thought of the moment when she was full of despair. She had already survived such a desperate moment. What more could she do? Chapter 296. Yi Tianyan didn't know whether the Spirit Clan was confident or not, but he was absolutely confident that he could get rid of this group of trash. As long as there were no void spirit stage cultivators, he could easily suppress them. Under Yi Qingshuan's lead, they quickly arrived at the main hall of the spirit tower. After discussing some matters with some elders, they immediately gathered a group of spirit clan cultivators. The strongest cultivator was only at the spirit core stage, and there was no core transformation stage cultivator. The current situation was really shabby. Is this all the Spirit Clan has? Yi Tianyan looked at the remaining Spirit Core Stage cultivators. There were only 6 or 7 Spirit Core Stage cultivators left, but there were still a lot of Core Condensation Stage cultivators. But in this kind of war, Core Condensation Stage cultivators were useless. They were basically cannon fodder. The reality was cruel. The more powerful a faction was, the more ordinary a faction would be. Previously, a powerful force within a small faction would become a relatively ordinary existence here. Although the Spirit Clan was called a clan, in fact, it was definitely a top 3rd grade force or even a 4th grade force. Because there were too many strong cultivators, and all of them were divine rune masters. It was comparable to a 4th grade force. But there were too few people, and a lot of people had rebelled, so the result was only this group of people left. Those who rebelled were nothing more than people who were blinded by power. They didn't want to hide in this godforsaken place. What they pursued was glory, splendor, wealth, and the respect of tens of thousands of people. They did not want to be unknown and live in seclusion in the mountains. Yes, most of them were captured and locked in the Netherworld Empire's prison. They can't get out at all. Yi Qingxian shook her head and said, We sent a lot of people to rescue them, but they didn't succeed. Moreover, the prison is very strict, so it's hard for us to find the key to open it. The key to open the prison? Yi Tianyun's face was a little strange. He remembered that he got the key to the prison from Chengfeng. Yes, not only do we need to sneak in, but we also need the key. The Netherworld Empire's prison is not an ordinary prison. Even a void spirit stage cultivator can't break it. It's very strong. Yi Qingshuan's tone was filled with anger, because that prison was built with the help of our ancestor. The divine runes carved on it are extremely sturdy. They are at the level of a divine rune grandmaster. It's not that easy to break through. I never thought that in the end it would become our own prison, although Yi Tianyan didn't know why the Netherworld Empire helped him with this prison. He believed that they had a good relationship in the beginning. Later on, the Netherworld Empire wanted to obtain the spirit race, so they helped him. Then this ancestor, Yi Tianyan asked, elder ancestor is old and his lifespan is coming to an end. Now that he's in prison, if he's tortured. Yi Qingxian closed her eyes in pain. She couldn't finish her sentence, but Yi Tianyin could hear it. In a situation where his lifespan was about to end, he was still being tortured. The result was certain death. For a highly respected ancestor to be tortured to death, just like that, was a humiliation. After everything here is over, we'll go to the Netherworld Empire and save everyone. Yi Tianyin said in a deep voice. Now, let's get rid of these scourges first. All right. Yi Qingxian didn't think too much about it. She was determined to go to the Netherworld Empire to save everyone. After they gathered together, they quickly rushed into the forest. Yi Qingxian explained the situation to Yi Tianyin as they went deeper into the forest. If even their own people got lost in the forest, it would be troublesome. The deacons of the spirit race were surprised to see their saintess being so close to an outsider. They had never seen their saintess being so close to a man, whether it was inside or outside the spirit race. They had never seen such a thing. This was definitely the first time they had seen such a thing. I have a general understanding of the situation. Leave it to me. A cold light flashed in Yi Tianyun's eyes. There is something I need to tell you in advance, that is, if I encounter those traitors, should I kill them directly, or should I leave them to you? Except for Lei Yin, kill them all. Yi Qingshuan's eyes were extremely cold. Of course, it's best if you can capture them alive. If there's no other way, then kill them all. These traitors were not worthy of being spirit race. They even killed their own people. How could they be worthy of being spirit race? All right, no problem. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. He knew that Lei Yin would definitely stay, and he would be able to get a lot of information from him. After discussing the plan, they began to move in groups. As for Yi Tianyin and Yi Qingxian, they would personally lead the operation. We're almost there. At this time, Yi Qingxian slowed down a little and said in a hurry, "Hide your body and restrain your breath so that we won't be discovered." At this time, she turned around and found that Yi Tianyin had disappeared. She was stunned. Where is he? Suddenly, she felt a light tap on her shoulder. She immediately turned around and saw Yi Tianyin smiling at her. He's here. What's the matter? Yi Qingxian rolled her eyes at him and said, "Why is there no aura at all? I thought you lost us." "Didn't you tell me to hide my body?" "I did." Yi Tianyin shrugged his shoulders. Just when he was about to say something, his eyes suddenly became cold. "Sho, someone is coming this way." Yi Qingxian nodded and didn't say anything. Instead, she led Yi Tianyin to the side and hid beside a tree. "Master Wu, the divine inscription here has suddenly been repaired. That's why we can't break this maze formation. Please forgive us." A spirit race cultivator bowed his head and said apologetically, Wu Peng's cultivation was not low. He was a general of the Netherworld Empire. His cultivation had reached the 3rd level of core transformation stage. He led a group of spirit race traders to break this maze formation. Why can't it be broken even if it's repaired? Wu Peng frowned. We have been trapped here for so long. If we continue like this, how long will it take for us to complete the mission? If the great emperor punishes us, even I will have to suffer. It won't be long. Our patriarch is already working hard to break this maze formation. As long as the main formation in this pagoda is broken, all the maze formations here will be ineffective. The trader said hurriedly, "Trash, can't you break the maze formation?" Wu Peng looked at them coldly. We are not good enough." They were embarrassed. Although their cultivation level was not low, they were not divine inscription masters. How could they break the maze formation so easily? This is really bad luck. If Liao Cheng takes the credit, how can I make a contribution to the Netherworld Empire? Wu Peng looked at them with disgust. Even if they joined the Netherworld Empire, they were still treated like dogs. Yi Tianyin was hiding on the side. Yi Qingxian said to Yi Tianyan. It's a bit troublesome. There is a core transformation stage cultivator here, but we can sneak attack those spirit core stage cultivators. I almost forgot. What is your cultivation level? When she turned her head to look at Yi Tianyan, she found that Yi Tianyan had disappeared. At this time, Yi Tianyan's voice came from the front. Chapter 297. The sudden appearance of Yi Tianyan startled them. They didn't know when Yi Tianyan appeared in front of them. Who is it? Not spirit race? When Wu Peng saw Yi Tianyan, he looked him up and down and immediately frowned and said, I don't know, where did you come from? You got lost here just like us and scared me. Kill him. The sudden appearance startled them, making Wu Peng very unhappy in his heart. He was already unhappy about getting lost, but he didn't expect that an idiot would appear and get lost here with him. The consequence of startling him was the death penalty. Yes, Senior Wu. The spirit race trader next to Wu Peng immediately said, I don't know where you came from, but I'm sorry. Today is your bang. The spirit clan trader was sent flying, and after tumbling a few times, he was no longer breathing. Ding. Successfully killed spirit race trader. Reward, 350,000 EXP, 3,600 crazy point, 200 SBS, 800 divine rune proficiency. Obtained martial art, heavenly spirit step, heavenly spirit palm. Obtained heavenly spirit pen, mid-grade soul tool, tyrant rune paper, rare. Yi Tianyan didn't show any mercy. What did you say just now? Yi Tianyan looked at the corpse lying on the ground and said indifferently, I'm sorry I didn't listen to you. I wanted to take you out of here, but who knew you wanted to kill me? In that case, I'll kill you. The next moment, Yi Tianyan rushed up and kicked a spirit race trader. Even the Netherworld Empire's soldiers were sent flying. After being kicked, they didn't get up again. Don't you dare! After Wu Peng saw this, he flew into a rage. He pulled out a blood-red demonic saber and slashed over. A blood-red light soared into the sky, and countless skeletons were released from the demonic saber, making the forest look even more sinister and terrifying. It was unknown how much blood had this demonic saber been soaked in, how much essence blood had been used to refine it to reach such a level. The attack was domineering enough. Apart from the blood-red blade light that was aimed at Yi Tianyan, the rest of the red blade lights hit the giant trees on the side. However, they did not cause any damage to the giant trees. This was the reason why they couldn't cut down the giant trees along the way. These giant trees were very hard, and it would take a lot of effort to cut them down. Who knew how long it would take for them to chop down the trees, one by one? Absorbing stars, great technique. Yi Tianyan stretched out his hand, and a terrifying suction force sucked the blood-red skeleton into his body, turning it into experience points. To him, this attack was not challenging at all. So what if I am impudent? Yi Tianyan laughed. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Wu Peng. His speed was much faster than Wu Peng. Without using any weapons, he simply smashed down with his fist. The tyrannical dragon god bloodline was released, and the power instantly exploded. Dong! Wu Peng was hit hard and flew out, smashing into the giant tree. Under this terrifying impact, the giant tree only shook a little, but there was a deep mark on it. On the other hand, Wu Peng's chest had already caved in. Under this violent punch, there were really not many people who could resist it. Humph! Wu Peng groaned and slid to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his consciousness became blurred. No wonder it was so hard. It turns out that he was wearing a high-quality armor. Yi Tianyan's fist hurt a little, but this punch was too domineering. He didn't even need to use his crazy damage mode to beat Wu Peng half to death. Even though he was wearing a high-grade soul tool, he was still smashed half to death by his punch. Even a high-grade soul tool could not completely block the super penetrative power. Lord Wu, The remaining guards and traitors trembled in fear as they looked at Yi Tianyan. Do you know who you killed? He is Lord Wu of the Netherworld Empire. You have provoked the Netherworld Empire. Can't you people change your words? Every time you use the Netherworld Empire's power to oppress people. Am I blind? Can't I see the equipment you are wearing? Yi Tianyun shrugged his shoulders helplessly. My saintess, why don't you make a move? As soon as he finished speaking, a silver light flashed out, and several guards were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Moreover, a silver whip lashed out, and with a bang, these ice sculptures were smashed into pieces. The attack was extremely ruthless. No one expected that it would be done by a woman. One of the spirit race traders did not die. Half of his body was frozen, and he could not move at all. The powerful frost energy froze everything in an instant. My saintess. When the trader saw Yi Qingxian in front of him, he was scared out of his wits. Oh, you still call me saintess? Do you think you are qualified to call me that? Yi Qingxian looked at him and sneered. Don't worry. I will thoroughly clean up all of you traitors. I will thoroughly clean up the spirit race. My saintess, you can't blame me for this. Elder Lei Yun instigated us to do this. If we don't go with him, we will die. The traitor kept begging for mercy. He didn't want to die here. Do you think I will believe you? Yi Qingxian fiercely lashed out with her silver whip. Bang! The traitor was sent flying, and his lower body was smashed into pieces. After being frozen, one's body would become extremely fragile. A heavy silver whip would shatter one's body. The traitor let out a blood-curdling scream as blood splattered everywhere. He fell to the ground and struggled. Shi Yunan had a good relationship with Lei Yun when he was in the spirit race. He often helped Lei Yun to do things. He even helped Lei Yun punish his clansmen. When Lei Yun chose to join the Netherworld Empire, he did not hesitate to join Lei Yun's camp and helped him capture talented clansmen. Since I am the saintess of the spirit race, I will never wrongly accuse any of my clansmen, nor will I let go of any traitors, Yi Qingxian said in a deep voice. After hearing this, Shi Yunan's face turned pale. It seemed that the information about him had been completely collected. It was impossible to deny it. Bang! Yi Qingxian lashed out with her whip, giving Shi Yunan a quick death. She wanted him to understand why he died. After killing Shi Yunan, there was no joy in Yi Qingxuan's beautiful eyes, only pain. It was true that Shi Yunan was a traitor, but no one wanted to kill their own clansmen, especially since the spirit race didn't have many people. No one wanted to end up like this. Chapter 298. The enlistment of the Netherworld Empire seemed to bring benefits, but in fact it was assimilation. Over time, these people were scattered and integrated into the Netherworld Empire. It seemed to be a good idea, but the spirit race had been around for many years, so they valued the secrets of the spirit race more. Once all of the spirit race's secrets were taken away, they would lose their value and their lives would have nothing to do with them. In fact, enlistment was not terrible. Joining a powerful empire was good for any force. What they were afraid of was that the empire they joined would be too overbearing and ruthless. They would throw away everything like a waste. They would even make the forces they joined work for them. In the end, their own forces would fall apart and eventually disappear. More importantly, it was to replace the upper echelons of a force. At that time, they would be able to control a force that was not weak and work hard for them, becoming their subordinates. The Heaven's Top Mansion was the best example. Once the top leaders were replaced, it became a puppet force. If the spirit race joined, it would become like this sooner or later. The elders had no real power, and the Netherworld Empire was the one who controlled the lifeline of the spirit race. Who would be willing to join? They would rather die than become the slaves of the Netherworld Empire. Some people in the spirit race had a different view. They wanted to join these powerful forces and choose to be superior. The polarization of the spirit race had evolved into the current situation. Yi Qingxuan's heart was in pain. If she didn't kill them, she wouldn't be able to quell the anger in her heart. As long as they refused the enlistment, they would be tortured and eventually die. Because of this, her heart became incomparably ruthless. Traitors would die. The Netherworld Empire would die. You don't have to blame yourself too much. Yi Tianyin came over and patted her on the shoulder, signaling her not to be so painful. Well, there is no need to blame yourself. They have to pay the price. Yi Qingxian turned her head and looked at Wu Peng, who was lying on the ground. He was seriously injured and couldn't get up. Wu Peng sobered up a little and stared at them. If you want to kill them, then kill them. Sooner or later, the Netherworld Empire will uproot your spirit race. As he spoke, he slammed his hand on the ground and actually bounced up, pouncing towards them. However, a kick had already arrived. With a bang sound, Wu Peng was heavily kicked into the huge log. His whole body was almost trampled into the huge log. With this sudden stomp, Wu Peng's injuries became even more serious. He was almost trampled to death. When you pretended to be seriously injured and couldn't get up, it was a bit too fake. Yi Tianyin looked at him and said coldly, "Don't worry, the one who will be uprooted is not the spirit race, but the Netherworld Empire." At the same time, the foot that had been stepping on Wu Peng began to frantically operate the absorbing star's great technique and began to extract the spiritual force from Wu Peng's body. The absorbing star great method didn't necessarily need the palm to be able to absorb the other party's spirit force. As long as the body touched it, it could absorb the other party's spirit force. However, compared to the feet and the like, the hands were undoubtedly easier to absorb and suppress the opponent. Yu. Wu Peng felt the terrifying suction force, causing the spiritual energy in his body to become weaker and weaker. His eyes that were previously filled with anger were now filled with fear. "Saintess, what do you want to do with him?" Yi Tianyin turned his head and looked at Yi Qingxian. "Kill him." Yi Qingxian answered without any hesitation. "No problem." Yi Tianyin's foot suddenly exerted force. Wu Peng's whole body was stepped into the giant wood a little bit. The originally so hard giant wood was also stepped by this overbearing force. Wu Peng's eyes widened, and he immediately lost his breath. Just this one stomp was enough to crush his internal organs and kill him on the spot. Ding! Successfully killed Wu Peng. Reward: 380. 000 EXP. 4300 Crazy Point. 300 SBS. Obtained Bloodthirsty Chop, Demon Blood Soaring to the Heavens. Obtained items: Scarlet Demon Blade, High-Grade Soul Tool, Nirvana Armor, 500. 000 EXP Pill. Immediately, Yi Tianyin skillfully took off Wu Peng's storage ring. This is a good thing. How can he miss it? I can see that you are quite skilled in taking things. Yi Qingxian said while looking at Yi Tianyin. This is nothing. There are a lot of good things in it. How can I let it go? Yi Tianyin didn't even need to look at it to know that there are a lot of treasures inside, and they are all things that can be used to develop the sect. How can he waste them? By the way, your cultivation has reached core transformation stage. Yi Qingxian suddenly remembered something and asked, "Yes, is there a problem?" Yi Tianyin looked at her and said, "No problem. Your breakthrough speed is too fast. When I met you before, your cultivation was still very low. How did you cultivate?" Yi Qingxian was very shocked. Yi Tianyin is stronger than her. "I can't help it. I broke through." Yi Tianyin shrugged his shoulders and said, "Okay." Yi Qingxian didn't continue to ask, but said, Let's go to the next place and eliminate them one by one." There is not much time left for them, so they must quickly go to the next place in case of any accidents. Immediately, they disappeared in place and continued to go deeper into the forest. "What the hell is this place? Have you found a breakthrough point? Why can't you break this damn maze?" Liao Cheng looked around vigilantly He was worried that someone would suddenly sneak attack them. Lord Liao, we can't break it for the time being. It should be because the divine rune grand array has been repaired. It is difficult to break it. The spirit clan trader who came with them said with a sad face, "Aren't you people of the spirit clan? Why can't you even break this little thing?" Liao Cheng said angrily, "I brought you here to break this maze since the beginning. You have been useless." The spirit clan traders were angry at the same time, but they could only maintain a smile on their faces. They didn't dare to get angry. We are a little familiar with this place, but when the maze is activated, even we can't break it easily. Moreover, it changes frequently, let alone us. Even the elders will be trapped in it. This maze does not distinguish between friend and foe. As long as one doesn't understand the operation of the maze, even the elders will get lost in it. Damn, if Wu Peng and the others steal the credit, won't I be working for nothing? Liao Qing couldn't help but kick the huge tree twice. He looked up at the sky and said, "If only I can see the situation from the sky." He is a powerhouse of the core transformation stage. He can certainly fly, but there is no point in flying here. He can't see anything from the sky. They can escape from here, but they are here to seize the spirit clan's territory. There is no point in escaping. Don't worry, Wu Peng won't steal your credit. A young man suddenly appeared in front of them, startling them. Why? Liao Cheng didn't ask who the person was. He subconsciously asked. Because he is already dead. The corner of Yi Tianyun's mouth curved into an evil smile. Yi Qingxian, who was hiding in the dark, her eyes flashed. She was ready to sneak attack. The one who rushed out was naturally Yi Tianyun. He will attract their attention. Then she will sneak attack. Originally, she wanted to go out to attract their attention. But Yi Tianyun didn't let her. The reason is very simple. It is too dangerous. Chapter 299. Hearing Yi Tianyun's answer, Liao Cheng was stunned for a moment, and then immediately flew into a rage. "Who the hell are you?" He quickly took out his weapon and stared at Yi Tianyun. Although he didn't know who the other party was, his natural vigilance made him raise his guard to the maximum, and he completely released his strength. The battle was about to begin. Do you still need to ask? Of course, I am the one who killed you. Yi Tianyun's eyes were cold, and he rushed towards Liao Cheng. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Liao Cheng and kicked him. Rising dragon foot. The power of the dragon god's bloodline broke out, and he started to circulate the dragon god's secret art, completely arousing the power of the dragon god's bloodline. A domineering dragon shadow was released, and like a long dragon tail, it fiercely swung out. Super explosive power and amazing speed. After the combination of these two, it was as if a dragon was rolling up. Boom! Liao, when was kicked by this swift and violent kick, even if he was vigilant, the gap between him and Yi Tianyun was too big, and he didn't even have time to react before he was kicked away. At the same time, when the people in front were scared out of their wits, a silver light swept over from behind, bringing with it a burst of cold air. Following that, the traders and guards behind them were all frozen by this cold ice, or severely injured by a heavy whip. The cooperation between the two was seamless, and they quickly killed this group of people with irresistible force. Why do I feel that you are so much stronger than most of the core transformation stage cultivators? Although Liao Cheng's cultivation is not very high, he was still at the 4th level of core transformation stage. How could you kill him in a few kicks? You didn't even need to use a weapon. The more Yi Qingxian watched Yi Tianyun fight, the more she found that his strength was getting stronger and stronger, and it seemed like this was not the limit. I can't help it, their bodies are too weak, and they died after a few kicks from me. Yi Tianyun shrugged his shoulders. Well, if it wasn't for your help, I really don't know how to deal with these core transformation stage cultivators. Although these core transformation realm cultivators were easily killed, it was because Yi Tianyun's strength was too strong. He didn't need to use crazy mode to kill cultivators at the same level as him. It wasn't that they were weak, It was that Yi Tianyin was too strong. In terms of battle power, Yi Tianyin's battle power was close to 2 million even without using his berserk mode and without equipping the Atlas set. On the other hand, Liao Cheng, who was at the 4th level of core transformation stage, was only worth 5 million. Under normal circumstances, both of them would be able to suppress each other's strength, let alone exploding it. The dragon god's bloodline burst out in one go. Coupled with the mysterious heaven divine art, his fists could be said to be extremely hard. He was not afraid of clashing head-on with a saber. I've said it before. With me here, you don't have to worry about them. Yi Tianyin grinned. It was so reassuring. Okay, let's go to the next place. Yi Qingxuan's beautiful eyes flickered. With Yi Tianyin's help, they couldn't completely eliminate the invaders this time. Immediately, under the leadership of Yi Qingxian, they quickly went to eliminate the next group of invaders. When they arrived, they saw that the spirit race had already started fighting with them. Combined with the disorienting grand array in the forest, they quickly escaped after attacking the invaders. Even if the other party had a core transformation stage powerhouse, they could still wander in the disorienting grand array. This was the benefit of repairing the disorienting grand array. However, it was meaningless to just wander around and disturb them. If they were not careful, they would still be caught. You came here and you still want to leave. At this time, a core transformation stage powerhouse rushed over and was about to catch the deacon of the spirit race who was escaping into the depths of the forest. Everything happened so suddenly that the deacon didn't even have time to react. The young man lifted his foot and kicked him. Bang! The core transformation stage powerhouse was sent flying by the kick, and his internal organs felt like they were being displaced. He was kicked to the point that he was half dead. Don't worry, I won't leave. I will play with you slowly. Yi Tianyin's mouth curved into a sneer. Seeing this, the hearts of the spirit race and the others trembled. Soon, the invaders were easily eliminated by them. Fortunately, they were separated. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Before the divine rune grand array was repaired, they had to break it in batches. Who knew that once the disorienting grand array was repaired, they would immediately fall into a predicament. The invaders are basically all cleared. What's left is Lei Yun's group. The group with the most experts should be Lei Yun's group. Yi Qingxuan's beautiful eyes flickered. She tightened her grip on the silver whip. Even Yi Tianyin could feel the nervousness and anger in her heart. She was preparing to face Lei Yun. How could she not be nervous? How could she not be angry? Although the Netherworld Empire was the source of the betrayal, Lei Yun was the mastermind of the betrayal. Don't worry, no matter how many come, I will kill them all. Yi Tianyin's eyes flickered. He was ready for a fierce battle. At this time, the deacons of the spirit race gathered together and followed them to clean up the surrounding invaders, especially those who were left behind. With their strength, it was quite easy for them to clean up. Most of the invaders were cleaned up. The only ones left were Lei Yun and the others who were destroying the divine rune grand array. They are here. I can feel it through the grand array. Yi Qingxuan's eyes were cold. She signaled them to stop and not get too close. They could still get close to the divine rune grand array, but they had to be careful when dealing with Lei Yun. But not long after they stopped, a deep and magnetic voice came from the front. Qingxian, there is no need to hide there. I have destroyed this area. I can see you. Yi Qingxuan's face darkened. She gestured for them to not move. Sometimes they were just bluffing and tricking people out. This way, they would lose their advantage. Yi Tianyin looked up and saw a group of people in front of him. One of them was a strong man with divine runes engraved all over his body. Yi Tianyin could see the dense divine runes engraved on his arms. The voice came from his mouth. With the appraisal eye, Yi Tianyin could see the detailed information about him. Lei Yun, cultivation level 7 core transformation stage. His whole body is covered with thunder divine runes. He has excellent thunder attribute power. He is wearing a high-grade soul tool. His overall combat power is 3.8 million. Weakness can only be suppressed by earth attribute attacks. Martial arts: Thunder Dragon Flash, Thunder Dragon Spell, Thunder God's Descent, etc. Killing him can get Thunder Dragon Flash, Thunder Dragon Spell, Thunder God's Descent, Thunder God Set, etc. A level 7 core transformation stage cultivator has 3.8 million combat power. This is really against the natural order. The key was that he had so many Thunder Divine runes on his body. How could he be weak? Lei Yun's ability was also not weak. He was a Divine Rune Grandmaster, so it was normal for him to engrave many Divine runes on his body. Chapter 300. Lei Yun's strength didn't exceed Yi Tianyun's expectation. If Lei Yun wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to become the leader of the spirit race's traders, let alone compete with the spirit race. Without enough power, the Netherworld Empire wouldn't approve of him. The key point was that Lei Yun was so young, but he was already a Divine Rune Grandmaster. So far, Lei Yun was only in his 30s, but he was already a Divine Rune Grandmaster. His cultivation was at the 7th level of the core transformation stage. It was really unfortunate that he became a traitor, which was really unfortunate for the spirit race. In addition to Lei Yun, there were other strong cultivators who were at the 6th level of the core transformation stage, which was the same level as Lei Yun. They were the ministers of the Netherworld Empire who came with Lei Yun. Nominally, they were going to help Lei Yun break into the spirit race, but more importantly, they were there to monitor the situation. Although Lei Yun had joined the Netherworld Empire, he still wouldn't completely trust the Netherworld Empire, so he would still send people to attack the spirit race. It could be said that in the whole team there were 2 people who were worth paying attention to. One was Lei Yun, and the other was the minister. Lei Yun was very strong, but he couldn't be stronger than the ancestor of the Divine Rune Mansion. Oh, you don't want to come out? Do you really think this disorienting trace formation can trap me? Lei Yun sneered, and suddenly took a step forward. A lightning appeared in his hand, and he quickly threw it towards Yi Qingxian. Boom! A bolt of lightning burst out from his hand, bypassing several giant trees to attack them. Its speed was really too fast. It was really bombarding towards them, and it wasn't just carelessly yelling. Yi Qingxuan's expression changed. Just as she was about to wave the silver whip in her hand to disperse the lightning bolt, a large hand had already grabbed it and directly crushed the lightning bolt. It seems that this disorienting grand array is useless against him, Yi Tianyun said as he waved his hand casually. They all looked at Yi Tianyun's palm. His palm was hit by the lightning, but it didn't even have a scratch on it. Although the heavenly lightning was not very powerful, it was definitely not weak. When it struck Yi Tianyun's palm, nothing happened. Oh, to think that there would be such a helper. His strength is quite strong. Lei Yun's voice rang out from afar as he led his men over. It was obvious that he could see them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to attack them, or he might have sensed that they were in this area. In this way, a sneak attack would lose its meaning. Lei Yun is very familiar with this place. This disorienting grand formation is of some use to him, but he can sense it in a small area. Previously, when the Great Disorientation Formation failed, he was basically the one who broke it. From the looks of it, even if the Great Disorienting Formation is repaired, he will still be able to see the situation around him clearly. It is not very possible to ambush him. Yi Qingxuan's face was gloomy. This result was not too unexpected. The thundercloud they were facing was just too strong. Originally, Lei Yun's talent was already extremely high, not to mention that he was a Grandmaster Divine Inscriptionist. Although he couldn't destroy the runes, he wouldn't be greatly affected. Don't worry, I didn't intend to ambush you from the beginning. Yi Tianyun smiled indifferently, and immediately a cold ice divine bow appeared in his hand. Extreme cold qi was released from the bow, which made Yi Qingshuan's eyes light up. Yi Qingxian also cultivated the cold attribute, so she felt more familiar with the bow. After taking out the Ice Divine bow, Yi Tianyin quickly pulled the Ice Divine bow, and a thick Ice Divine arrow appeared in his hand. He spent 5,000 crazy points at once to condense an ice fury. Go! Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed with a cold light, and then the Ice Divine arrow pierced through the air. Wherever it went, it was frozen, and finally blasted at an extremely fast speed towards Lei Yin. The expression of Lei Yin, who was walking over, immediately changed. He shouted, "Dodge!" Lei Yin was the first to dodge, but the ministers on the side couldn't dodge so fast because the speed of sound transmission is not as fast as the Ice Divine arrow. By the time they reacted, the Frost's fury had already pierced through and smashed into their bodies. Boom! A terrifying snowstorm rose into the sky from that side, and the heavy snow rolled out in all directions. After a while, it calmed down a little in the distance. At this moment, a large area in the distance had been frozen. It was as if a snowstorm had just occurred and frozen the entire area. Ding! Successfully killed Netherworld Empire's Minister Mu Yin, gained 390,000 EXP for 1,600 crazy points, 200 SPs. Obtained Netherworld Secret Art Heaven Flipping Palm. Obtained Heavenly Moon Sword, Heavenly Feather Boots 100, 000 EXP Pill. Ding! Successfully killed Spirit Race Trader, gained 240, 000 EXP. 3,100 Crazy Points, 100 SPs, for 100 Divine Rune Mastery. Obtained! Ding! Successfully killed. With just one arrow, most of the people were killed. Even the ministers who just arrived were killed, and they didn't even have time to react before they died. This is a matter of course. Yi Tianyin used crazy damage mode, and when the arrow burst out, it completely blew them away. Even if they didn't die, they would be frozen into ice sculptures. Isn't this too powerful? The spirit race powerhouses who followed behind Yi Tianyin were ready to fight to the death, but they didn't expect that the arrow would freeze a large area. Although they didn't feel it personally, but from the cold air that came from the arrow, they knew that the power of the arrow is quite amazing. They can imagine that if they were hit by it, they will die without a doubt. Yi Qingshuan's eyes widened. She knew that Yi Tianyin must be very powerful, but she didn't expect him to be this powerful. In the next moment, Yi Tianyun's eyes turned cold. He picked up the Ice Divine bow in his hand and slashed horizontally to the side, and a light blue cold light rolled towards the side. Dang! A figure was hit flying, and at this time, everyone saw a flash of lightning on the side. They don't know when Lei Yin already arrived here, and he even launched a sneak attack. However, Yi Tianyin saw through it, and he even counterattacked. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lei Yin's body was frozen, but the lightning divine patterns on his body kept flashing, evaporating the cold air on his body, and he didn't suffer too much damage, mainly because he dodged in time. Otherwise, this arrow would have pierced through his body. Who are you, and which faction do you belong to? Lei Yin took a few cold breaths and stared at Yi Tianyin, not daring to relax at all. If he continued to shoot him with that arrow, he will be in trouble. Of course I am from the spirit race. Is there a problem? Yi Tianyin smiled indifferently. Impossible. You are not from the spirit race at all. Lei Yin stared at him and said, What price did the spirit race pay to invite you over? How much did the spirit race pay you? I will hire you at double, no, more than triple the price. Really? You can pay more to invite me over? Yi Tianyin pretended to be a bit surprised. Of course. I have the Netherworld Empire behind me. You can ask for anything you want. Lei Yin saw that Yi Tianyin was moved, and his face was full of joy. The other spirit race people's faces changed. Is this human going to be a fence-sitter? They looked at Yi Qingxian, but found that Yi Qingshuan's expression was indifferent. She didn't look anxious at all.